let's do that. And I just hope that our other members. Bethany, you look like you're at Fort Knox. What's behind you? It looks like gold bars or something. Wow.
Mr. Chair,
I'm in a warehouse.
Oh my, well, you can't hide money, as my old boss used to say. All right, then let's go ahead and begin.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair. We are actually beginning the
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Robert Brody, the chair of the California Committee of Bar Examiners. I'm calling to order our June 19th, 2020 meeting. Ms. Wong, could you take roll, please?
Sure. Anjali Agapta.
Here.
James Bolton.
Here.
Alex Chen. James Afting.
Present.
Karim Gongara.
Present.
Dolores Heisinger.
Here.
Michael Iseri. Larry Kaplan.
Here.
Paul Kramer.
Present.
Alex Lawrence.
Here.
Bethany Pick.
Here.
Vince Reyes.
Here.
Judge Torriaba. Patricia Villalobos.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Wong. We may have others joining us. And of course, we have a number of State Bar staff present, and I very much appreciate it. Oh, I see Mr. Iseri is logging in. Now is the time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to make public comment were encouraged to submit those comments in writing prior to the meeting today. And I do want to say that many did so. Ms. Wong forwards those to all members of the CBE. I myself reviewed well over 100 comments in anticipation of the meeting today. For those that would like to make oral public comment, please follow this procedure. Raise your hand by pushing the raise hand button. Ms. Wong will record your name and then call on you. I'm going to limit public comment today to about 3 minutes per speaker, and I apologize, but I will stop you if you go over that, because I want to have as many voices heard for us today as possible. I'm going to limit our public comment to approximately 1 hour. As you can see from our agenda, we do have a speaker this morning scheduled at 10 on accommodations, and I'm very anxious for all of us and members of the public to hear that presentation. So we're going to be slightly limited today. If you have submitted written comment, I want to assure you that's been distributed to all members of the CBE. Perhaps you'd like to give someone who did not have a chance to have their voice heard at the meeting today. Ms. Wong, do you have, has anyone indicated that they would like to speak?
Yes, I have 2 so far right now. I just want to also inform you guys, if you, from the public, if you're calling in and you need to raise your hand, you can press *9. And so we know that you wanted to give your public comment. So Mr. Chair, right now, the first one to call is Mr. Benjamin Cohn.
Okay, and yes, Mr. Cohn, I did receive several written comments from you. We all did in advance of the meeting today. But go ahead, sir. Mr. Cohn,
yes,
are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just unmuted myself.
I'm aware that you received my written comments, and I'm not going to repeat those. Don't worry about that. I hope you've had a chance to review and consider, especially to the extent that there can be some action or at least discussion this meeting. But what I wanted to discuss more orally today is the timeline for the June 2020 first year law student exam pilot study and information being released to the public about that. I was wanting to express my hope that it wouldn't wait until the California Supreme Court has made a decision responsive to recommendations before some degree of not just what's recommended, but what different conditions might appear on the bar exam based on your findings, based on various ways things could be decided or researched. How technical accommodations might be requested later if it's not possible to respond to those July 16, as I can't imagine it would be. You have my comments.
He's cutting out.
Agenda. Okay. The evaluation of how you procedurally handle things generally. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohn. Ms. Wong, do we have another speaker?
Yes, we have Miss Claire Solot.
Ms. Sola, go ahead, please. Ms. Sola, are you there? You might be muted.
Hi there.
Oh, yes, Ms. Solid, I see you. You're most welcome to share your comments with us.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for not submitting comments previously. Quickly, I want to introduce myself. My name's Claire Solot. I am one of the founders of the Bay Area Legal Service Funders Network. We're a network of over 70 funders in the Bay Area who fund legal aid. And in response to what has happened this year with regards to both the increased demand for legal aid services and recent graduates being a little bit in limbo, we quickly lifted up a executive fellows program for postgrads. We placed 30 Bay Area graduates into over 23 legal aids in the Bay Area. And as you can imagine, all these fellows are very eager to understand what's going on with the bar exam. So I just want to make sure that you're all aware of the program. We're actually in discussions with various different groups about replication throughout California. And we're here as a resource to work with you all to both improve access to justice and to try to help shepherd these recent law grads.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sola, for your comments this morning. Ms. Wong, do you have any other speakers?
No, at the moment, Mr. Chair. So I think we are done with the public comments.
Okay, just, you know, we started on time here, so let's just take another moment. In the meantime, we can comment on Mr. Isiri's beard, I think it is. I'm not quite sure. I need a microscope to see exactly what was going on. Yeah, there we go. I see. And mustache. Okay. All right, well, now we've gotten that out of the way. Any other speakers at this time, Ms. Wong?
No, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, then let's, then I'm going to close public comment at this time and move on to the next item on our open agenda, which is approval of the April 24th CBE public meeting minutes. I think all of us who are here today were at that meeting, and if anyone has had an opportunity to review them, would anyone like to make a motion to approve them?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Villalobos and seconded by Ms. Heisinger. I think I'm just going to ask all in favor of that, of approving those minutes, just say aye, please. Unmute yourself.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed there? All right, so Ms. Wong, that passes unanimously.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I think we have to have a roll call for the open session agenda items.
Oh, I apologize, CBE members. I thought I might state by then. Ms. Wong, I'm sorry, then would you mind doing a roll call vote on that?
Sure, sure. Ms. Agatep,
Here. Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Here.
yes or no?
Yes.
Is that a yes, Dr. Bolton, to approve the minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chen? Mr. Efting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora?
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Usari?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Pick?
She's on mute.
Bethany, are you there? Are you a yes on approving the minutes?
Her microphone's on mute.
Okay, well, let's just have that as a non-abstaining.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Judge Toriaba? Ms. Villalobos?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. So moving on to our next item, the spotlight goes, the welcome spotlight, as always, goes to our leader, our staff leader, Ms. Nunez, with the key statistical indicators for the preceding months. That is item 101. Amy, please take it away.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So again, the key statistical indicators are a standing agenda item for us. And what what I'm doing now is highlighting any of the applications that have a 15% differential from when compared to last year. So in terms of the registrations received, if you look, we have for law students, and this is a requirement for all law students to register with the state bar within 60 days of becoming law students. We have 20% less compared in this year compared to 2019. As for attorney examinations, we also have 20% less than compared to 2019. Multi-jurisdictional practice applications have gone up about 80% when compared to 2019, as well as Pro Hoc Vice applications. There's about a 40% increase compared to 2019. So those are the outstanding items when it comes to the indicators.
Amy, this is Robbie. I can't figure out where this fits in, but do you have any information on the swearing-in ceremonies for the successful applicants from the February bar?
Yes. So the update that we have is, we did not host any in-person swearing-in ceremonies, and we did not host any virtual swearing-in ceremonies. We posted instructions on how to do that, but the California Lawyers Association contacted us about opportunities for law students. And so I collected those, and we had ceremonies in Southern California and in Northern California that were scheduled through local bar associations. And I shared those with students. So any student who had not found an opportunity to swear in were able to take part in those sessions if they were eligible. That is, they had received their oath packet. So all this to say that regardless of us not having an opportunity, to provide that. We found other methods to accommodate students that weren't able to participate, for example, in their local or law school celebrations.
Oh, so the district court did not, the court did not conduct the usual ceremonies that we participate in?
No, they did not.
Wow, oh my gosh.
Yes, we had
That's awful.
challenges. We had a few, judicial officers and concerned about not being able to see folks. I think that was one of the concerns. And we had a lot of schools that chose to conduct virtual swearing in ceremonies. So if anything, we just tried to accommodate those that couldn't fit into any of these sessions.
Oh, thanks, Amy. And thanks to everybody on the CBE that volunteered to participate. I mean, gosh, that's such an awesome thing. I hope we'll get a chance to do that after the next bar exam results come in. But okay, so everyone is off the hook on that score. Thanks, Amy. Okay.
Robbie, I had a question. It's Kareem.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Amy. Good morning. Thank you for that report. I'm noticing some definite drops in all across the board. Is that COVID-19 related? And I understand that the baby bar is going to allow refunds up to a certain date close to the administration. So are we seeing an impact because of the online administration that we're proposing?
Actually, the ability to withdraw from the exam up to the night before, it pertains to the California bar exam, not the baby bar. So in terms of our registration for baby bar, it is pretty consistent from previous years. So we have roughly 307 people, and I'll talk about that later, but 307 people that are registered to take the baby bar. And in previous years, like for example, in 2018, we had 326 people apply, and in 2019 we had 323. So there is a drop, but it's not that significant for the baby bar.
Good point. I looked at the wrong numbers, but I looked at the 2020 year to date versus the monthly, so I was wondering.
Oh yeah.
But thank you for clarifying the bar exam thing as well. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay, all right, Amy, please keep going.
Okay, so the next item is the schedule for our upcoming CBE meeting, which is scheduled for August 21st. Please note it's a one-day meeting, and one CBE task that you probably haven't seen and that's usually scheduled in conjunction with a CBE meeting is a question selection for the upcoming bar exam. Given that the exam date has changed and may possibly change once more, we're anticipating rescheduling that session for possibly mid-July. And so we will alert CBE members in advance of that. And I just want to remind all CBE members to alert us in the event that there's a conflict of interest. But our assumption is that we will be reaching out to everyone who does not have a conflict of interest. And again, our target is mid-July. Okay. Oops, and you know what? I had a PowerPoint. Is Devin on? Devin?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you
do you mind pulling up my PowerPoint?
Yes. Do you mind emailing it to me? I don't see it on my email. Okay. Let me.
Sorry, I did that earlier.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so I think we can go to, I think it's the second or third. There we go, right here. All right, so I want to highlight policy considerations that are coming up for the committee. So these are big policy considerations that are coming up, some at the August meeting and some in the months ahead. As you may recall, at the April 24th meeting, we discussed the various bar exam studies that have been conducted in the at the state bar, and the need to synthesize the recommendations that are resulting from these bar exam studies. And just a reminder, they include the differential item functioning, the California Attorney Practice Analysis, the Department of Consumer Affairs audit of the California's bar examination administration, and the grading analysis. Later on today, we're also going to discuss an analysis of our sampling strategy, and that also will require a recommendation from this committee. So the recommendations from these studies have overlap. For example, the DCA audit recommended that we eliminate the third phase of grading, while also that elimination of the third phase of grading was a recommendation, or at least an option, that was offered in the grading analysis that the committee voted on. The DCA report also...
Hi, connected to Patricia's iPhone.
Okay. So the DCA report also recommended evaluating the testing method for licensees, that perhaps that there are other methods such as computer adaptive testing that could gauge minimum competence. And the CAPA study suggests the same. That is, the CAPA study recommends also eliminating the number of subject areas based on newly obtained information about minimum competence requirements for entry-level attorneys. And the sampling analysis has recommendations about the selection process for those same exam topic areas. So as you can see that with this overlap in recommendations, responding to each of these could be problematic. There's an effort to view them holistically, that which will also allow assessing the impact of one recommendation against another. So some of these also have bigger policy implications than others, such as the CAPA study. That study suggests that we revisit the bar exam as it exists today, and that we evaluate the subjects that are tested, the method of testing, and that the exams also center around specific skills that required of entry-level attorneys. One of the recommendations from the CAPA working group is that we also test around relevant skills. For example, drafting and writing, research and investigation, issue spotting and fact gathering, counsel advice, litigation, and communication. So again, all of these recommendations call for a holistic view of that examination and its process. So in response to this and to the multiple recommendations, you recall that we talked about this at the April meeting, is that there was a recommendation that came from this committee to the Board of Trustees, and at their May 14th meeting, this is what they determined. Could I go to the next slide, please? The board recommended establishing a blue ribbon commission on the future of the California bar exam in partnership with the California Supreme Court. And the recommended charge of this commission, which will be finalized at a later time, include that we review the results of the California Attorney Practice Analysis and the recommendations coming from the CAPA working group, that we review the results of the 2020 National Conference of Bar Examiners job analysis. Again, you recall that there were joint efforts. There was 2 efforts going on to conduct a practice analysis in California. The National Conference of Bar Examiners was a national effort. Ours was California centered. Also, that we develop recommendations for the Supreme Court and for the state bar on the potential adoption of the uniform bar exam, with possibly specifications for a California-specific supplementary exam if a UBE were adopted, or revisions to the California bar exam if the UBE is not adopted. And that we also examine legal topics to be tested, the skills to be tested, the testing format, and the bar exam cut score. Next slide, please. So as for next steps on the Blue Ribbon Commission, the way it's going to be developed is the ORIA, the Office of Research Institutional Accountability, are going to draft the group's charge. That is what they're going to finalize what that group will be responsible for. And in that proposal will be a proposal about the composition. CBE will be part of that group, or members of the CBE. And the Supreme Court and the board will approve those will approve the proposal or modify it. And once that's approved, we will begin the solicitation for nominations for participation in that Blue Ribbon Commission.
Question.
Yes.
So Amy, you're not suggesting that this committee recommended the creation of a Blue Ribbon Commission, are you?
I'm not, no.
Okay, yeah, for the benefit of the others, I happened to notice that that was an element on the Board of Trustees agenda, and so I made a public comment, not in behalf of this committee, but just as an individual, noting that we really had not been consulted about this. So, Amy, I'd like to hear a little bit more about what our role's going to be. Are members of this committee going to be on the Blue Ribbon Commission?
Yes.
Or is it too early to know? Because it does seem that we were sidestepped or overlooked. And one of the points I made to the Board of Trustees was that Appendix I took various things away from us for the express purpose of allowing us to have more time to think about and discuss policy issues. And yet here, a very fundamental policy issue jumped right over us.
Sorry, Paul. So, you know, I think that if you look at the model that we've used post Appendix I with participation in these smaller groups, whether it's Kappa, whether it's CS bars, whether it's the moral character working group, each of these have had a representation of the Committee of Bar Examiners with volunteers that come to the meeting and participate as acting as voting members. And then that person or those individuals come back to the full committee to report back. I think that's the same model that will be used for the Blue Ribbon Commission. And like I mentioned, I think right now Oriya is drafting the charge and proposing the composition, but that composition will include the Committee of Bar, members of the Committee of Bar Examiners.
But it sounds like we won't review the proposal. We'll simply be informed as to what the result is.
That I'm not sure of. You're suggesting the Oriya charge and that proposal?
Well, you know, as I am the spokesman for the continued relevance of the Committee of Bar Examiners, I'd really like to see us be as involved as we can be, since if that isn't one of our core functions, I don't know what is.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I think I've answered your question about the CBE participation on the Blue Ribbon Commission, but are you suggesting participation in the draft of the charge and the composition?
Well, maybe they could just, maybe it could be on our next agenda and we could make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees rather than just find it on the Board of Trustees agenda without our having provided our input.
Well, let me just say this, that part of why we put this on the agenda, this happened at the May meeting, we're at the June meeting. I think it'll be a standing agenda item, regardless of whether there's an interim meeting of the Blue Ribbon Commission or of the board, because I think the idea is just to prepare this committee for the big policy considerations that are coming up and to keep everybody apprised of any action that's coming from that. So we will continue to keep this as a standing agenda item.
And I, Mr. Chair, if I may chime in.
I'm away.
Okay. I just want to concur with Mr. Kramer's concerns. We receive a lot of public comments regarding the process and kind of a lot of these things. I'm regularly chimed in on Twitter about some of these issues. So I would hope that we could get an elaborate presentation on what's being presented, just because I think we do get a lot more information from the public and they come to us kind of expressing their concerns. So I would hope they feel heard in the process.
Okay.
All right. So I haven't gotten to the board directive for the Committee of Bar Examiners. Can we go to the next screen, please? Okay. So the board at that same meeting directed the Committee of Bar Examiners to review the CAPA working group recommendations regarding the definition of entry-level attorney and minimum competence. So this group is charged to recommend something to the board for the board to approve and proceed to move to the California Supreme Court as recommended by the working group. They also recommend or suggest that direct the CBE to review the bar exam grading policies, again, to revisit the grader eligibility criteria that's outlined in the Department of Consumer Affairs report, to examine the recommended timeline for and content of the grading rubrics as outlined also in the 2020 DCA report. So again, these are items that will be forthcoming in upcoming agendas. To also modify the bar exam administration policy, to revisit the flagrant cheating policy that was outlined in the DCA. As you recall, we have a non-intervention approach to cheating at the bar exam. So the idea is that we revisit that. And at this point, it's a moot point, depending on the mode of this bar administration. You know, for the in-person, we tend to not have an interventionist approach. So what we do is we wait for fear of disruption to other examinees. And so this charge is to revisit that policy, to also work with the Council on Access and Fairness, to convene a panel that's charged with reviewing questions that have been flagged for diff. As you recall, there was a flag for diff in the 2020 differential item functioning analysis, and also to develop guidelines that will minimize the risk of future diff. So those are the charges for the CBE. Okay, so next item. So another forthcoming policy consideration, and this is coming up at our next meeting. So for the past 14 months, Natalie, as the head of educational standards, has been working with the CS bars along with Karim Gongora on an effort that's reevaluating and modifying the rules for accredited law schools. They've been involved numerous deans from both accredited and registered law schools. And as I mentioned, CBE has been represented by Karim Gongora. So it's a redesign of the rules, and it's centered on values that have been derived by the team that have been come here to the committee at previous presentations. So the dean's proposal has been finalized. I think we have a version of that, and it's now going to come to the CBE for review at the August 2020 meeting. And this is just to put everybody on alert that this is going to be, we're going to dedicate some time to this at our next, or our upcoming August meeting. So with that, does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy.
Sure. All right. And then I think my last item, sorry, I do have an item on the 2020 examinations.
Oh.
I don't know if I have a slide, but that's okay. All right. So, you know, a lot has happened related to the bar exams. You know, in March, we started looking at exploring, and this specific, the committee specifically, looking at methods for licensing graduating law students and also students that have taken the bar previously. We had a lot of options on the table that were decided. On April 10th, this committee developed a set of recommendations that went to the board. On April 15th, at that board meeting, they made recommendations that were submitted to the Supreme Court. As you recall, on April 27th, then, the court sent directives to the CBE on how to proceed with the examinations, which included postponing the July bar exam to September 9th and 10th, with the goal of administering that online. We also, at that point, were directed to administer the June 2020 first year law exam online, and that would provide experience for us that we could apply to the September 2020 exam. The October 2020 exam has been postponed to November on that April 27th directive. And we were required to submit a work plan that we shared with everyone on May 11th that highlighted the milestones and beta testing dates. And then the court continued to explore, also noted that they would continue to explore alternatives and options as circumstances develop or change. So one recent development is that the NCBE announced in early June that they've developed an online alternative MBE that could be used. The administration date for that exam is October 6th. So in response to that announcement of that exam, on June 10th, the Supreme Court responded and noted that it recognizes that the MBE is an essential component to scoring the two-day exam, and that alternative will not be made available until October 6th. So they're considering moving our exam date to October 6th after the State Bar assesses the online administration of the first year exam that's happening on the 23rd, and also determining the feasibility of upscaling this administration to the full exam in the fall. So also the court noted that they're going to continue exploring other options as circumstances develop or change. So as we're all aware of the fact that we've received a lot of feedback, and we continue to get that in written comment form, in-person form during our meetings. So what we've done is we're encouraging students to continue studying for the September exam, but everyone's advised that that exam date might change. And the sooner we know, the more we will share this information. We'll do it through our website as well as through the law student portal or applicant portal online. So as where we're at right now, I mentioned that we are administering the baby bar on Tuesday, June 23rd. We have about 292 applicants right now that are scheduled to take this exam online. 12 will be taking the exam in person. And I just want to remind everyone of who the in-person people are. These are applicants that we offered applicants that perhaps would have a challenging time taking the exam at home, whether it's Wi-Fi or availability. We offered the opportunity for students to, or applicants to come and take that exam in person, as well as testing accommodations that did not conform with the ability to test online. A total of 12 have finally accepted or were able to test in person. We have 7 in Los Angeles and 5 in San Francisco. They will be testing at the State Bar offices. And I think, you know, staff and hopefully applicants are prepared for this exam on Tuesday.
Amy, and thank you for that. Can you remind everyone what the baby bar exam is? Is it all day? Is it 5
Yes.
essays? Can you remind us all
Yes.
what that exam is?
It is 4 essays in the morning and then a 200 item multiple choice in the afternoon. Is it 200 items, Lisa?
Yeah, it's 200 items, 3 hours.
And those multiple choice are prepared by the California State Bar?
Yeah, they're developed by in-house.
So what provisions are we taking for the baby bar to preserve the integrity of the exam for those taking the bar at home? Which is to say, what are we doing to prevent applicants other than the honor system from looking at outside materials?
There are a few measures that have been implemented in the ExamSoft system to prevent or reduce the potential for cheating. For example, you know, at the in-person exam, or let's say the administrations prior to this one, applicants were allowed to, they had access to all 4 questions as soon as they came in. And what they would do is work on each of the questions and spread their time as they could. In this administration, they will have 60 minutes per question, and they cannot advance to another question before uploading it. So they have access to the questions one at a time.
So that's to prevent people from getting up during the test taking? Are they told that they're not allowed to get up once they start answering a question?
Right.
Yes.
So they had to, yeah, they had to, sign and agree to an acknowledgement of testing conditions. And there are a lot of requirements in there with regard to what is allowed, what and who are allowed in the room, that they cannot leave the view of the webcam during the entire time that they're testing. So that's a big reason why we're offering the questions one chunk at a time. They can't go forward, they can't go back. There are a lot of conditions that they're required to agree to before they are allowed to take the exam.
And Lisa, is this the same vendor that we would be considering for the administration of the, what I call the July exam? Is it the same vendor?
We're looking at using the same vendor. We're working with them. So, depending on obviously how things go, we are looking forward to the bar exam possibly using this vendor, yes.
So when we said that in order to sit for the exam, you had to have a computer with a camera, and you were everyone agreed. Everyone that wanted to take the exam agreed to those conditions.
Yeah, they would have had to.
And Robbie, when we sent the acceptance and acknowledgement form that is the acceptance of the testing conditions, we also offered in that form the ability for anybody, if you wanted to take it in person, as I noted earlier. So we do have a population that still want to write for the exam. So anybody who wanted to continue as a writer, they had a couple of options. They could petition to come and take the exam in the office. Or in person. They could also switch to a laptop user or withdraw. And we did have at least, I think, 3 takers that are going to do it in writing. Again, this is a very small population compared to the bar exam, but it's a test drive for us in terms of allowing people the ability to participate as much as possible. The other thing I want to note is this same vendor, when we last talked, I think, to this committee, we were interested in working, I think we were pursuing a pilot with the company ProctorU, and there were issues with compatibility with ExamSoft, which is a company we're using now. ExamSoft we've been using for quite some time for our bar exams. Prior to this, they are the organization that if you sign on to take a laptop exam, they are the company that pretty much they don't deliver the questions, but they accept the responses and then deliver that to us. And so what they decided to do was partner together. And so the product that we have right now is a partnership between ProctorU and ExamSoft. And they, so for some students, this change is very undetectable. I mean, they've already registered. Anybody who's ever used a laptop exam in the past will not experience that much of a change aside from having to provide a picture during the mock certification. They're familiar with it's the same software that we've used in the past. Obviously there are differences. For example, people cannot use actual scratch paper during the exam. It's virtual scratch paper that people will have to use. And so there are some variances, but for the most part, in terms of the technology, it is not as intensive. And the other thing is, when we first started this, we were thinking of doing 100% live proctoring. And that would require Wi-Fi. That was very demanding for folks. And I think as it stands now, the Wi-Fi requirements are not that extensive. You need Wi-Fi to access the exam and to get the password to enter the exam, to access the question, and then to deliver it. But throughout the exam, you don't. So in terms of the Wi-Fi requirements, they're greatly reduced when we were comparing it to live proctoring. The other thing is that in terms, you asked a little bit about the, the review, the measures for cheating. They're pretty much, we've created 4 levels of review
Oh, Amy, just one thing. I just want to say, so So there's also discussion about examination security that's going to happen in closed session. I would just say, I think it's good to have transparency about, you know, what's going on with the exam and everything, but anything that involves examination security and that could potentially threaten examination security, let's just reserve that discussion for closed.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Question from Paul.
yes, Paul.
So Amy, based on my experience in a school visit last week, I really wonder if all of your descriptions of the rules were carefully read, considered, and actually understood by the applicants, because you know, because people do tend to gloss over that kind of stuff. Are you ready for some issues with surprise at the time of the taking of the test?
Paul, you make a really good point that, that the acknowledgement and acceptance of form, it could be easy for somebody to overlook. So what we tried to do to address that is they were posted in our bulletin, so that when somebody got their admittance ticket, you know, the ticket that they normally get that they need to print to bring to an exam, we also added a bulletin that was separate from the acknowledgement form with the same rules within that. We try to repeat it as much as possible because I think applicants need to hear things in different ways. And they also appeared in our on our website. So I think more than anything, we just tried to be as repetitive as possible with the same highlights. And so that was our goal.
Okay, well, and I guess the disruption won't be as bad as it could be if they were all in the same room. So if they freak out. My other question was, one of the public comments we received pointed out that the MBE's, or the National Conference's, description of the online MBE that they're willing to provide in October suggested that it was not at the same level of, I don't have it in front of me, I don't recall the words, but anyway, that it suggested to me that perhaps it will not be reliable as a tool for scaling. Have you looked into that?
We are working on that. Our reliability rate has for this exam, for a bar exam, is and we have a high reliability rate. We rate something at a 0.9, and our goal is to do that. So we're working with our methodology, with our psychometrician, and to ensure that our methodology tries to retain the same reliability. And I think, you know, for exam security purposes, we could talk about this probably in closed session, but our goal is to sustain the same reliability, and we are taking that into consideration, Paul.
So
I have a question. Oh.
I want to say before you do, Kareem, so CBE members, wow, this is a historic time beginning with next week, the first time that the exam, either the baby bar or the bar exam, is not going to be administered by the state bar in person, all put together by state bar staff, at least for the baby bar in the last couple of months. It's you know, I've been to dozens of meetings about this, and it's awe-inspiring. From a safety standpoint for our applicants, I think we've done the best that we can do to make a safe environment, and I think that's really what Amy has highlighted here. You take the bar exam in a space that is safe for you, without fear of getting too close to other people. And so we've gone a long way to preserve that, and this may be a practice, as Amy said, for the full bar exam, you know, to be given sometime thereafter. But wow, it's really something. I think all eyes are on us, not only of our applicants, but maybe of the entire U.S. bar communities. So wow, it's a big deal, and it's next Tuesday. So Thank you to staff for pulling this together and at the least ensuring the health of our applicants by giving them a safe place to take the bar exam. The rest remains to be seen, but I'm very anxious to see what comes next. You know, Committee of Bar Examiners, the way the wind is blowing, this is how the bar exam is going to be administered. I mean, no decision has been made yet, but from a health and safety standpoint, this is what it's looking like. So, wow. So hats off to Amy and Lisa and Tammy and everybody that's had to put together something that I think we were originally thinking about ramping up over years, and now here it is next Tuesday. So, and I'm sorry, Kareem, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you for that. And I do also want to thank staff for that. I know you've had to move rather fast, but part of the public comments I've been receiving is kind of it's in reference to the digital divide and the digital gap, right? Like we're learning through even the K-12 move to online learning actually had more disparities and opened up more conversations about the digital divide, where there's a gap in access to resources. So part of that concern stemming from that is that students of color don't necessarily have access to a safe and sound environment, maybe not have access to the internet we need, may not have access to the components that we're requiring. So I know we have a conversation later about the first year law exam report. I think that's an examination topic, but I'm looking as to one in specific. I had somebody who lives in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco and has noise issues. And so I'm wondering, like, what besides the ability to take the test multiple times, what additional provisions are even provided for someone in those conditions that may not have a safe environment or a test inducive environment for this administration?
So Kareem, I think we shared the same concern about people's accessibility both to the Wi-Fi and to a solid testing environment, and that's why we offered students, or I keep saying students, sorry, because I'm thinking about the first year law student exam, and those are students, but our goal is for both, also for this exam and for the CBE, CBX, that we provide the option of people, if they have these concerns, to take the exam in person. If there are challenges to having the right testing environment or Wi-Fi challenges. But as I noted too, the Wi-Fi challenges or the Wi-Fi requirements that were initially planned are not as intensive as they are in reality, because we're moving from a different type of remote proctoring. So for example, that person in the Tenderloin that's in San Francisco, they would be able to take the exam in San Francisco as well. So we thought about that and planned for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I also really appreciate you guys considering that. We have a very diverse population, and we also have different people from different backgrounds. And I'm glad they were considered, because I know that's important to diversifying and increasing access to justice. So thank you for that.
Sure.
This is Angela. I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Did I hear it correctly that those people that are taking it online will not be allowed to essentially break away to go to the toilet?
Yes. So everybody, the longest session that they will be able to break away is 90 minutes. So I mentioned it's 4 exam questions in the morning. They're each 60 minutes. So a break is not allowed during that 60-minute session. After the break, they have 15 minutes with a 10-minute also time frame to get logged in. So it extends the day But in the morning, you have 60 minutes that you're not able to move away from the camera. In the afternoon, that turns into 90 minutes because the 3-hour questions or 3-hour multiple choice session has been cut into 2 sessions, so it's 90 minutes. So 90 minutes is the longest. And we compared that to other online exams, and it's very comparable.
There are people, certain people, Angeli, who apply for and are granted certain testing accommodations that aren't amenable to those kind of conditions. Then you know, we do consider them to offer them testing in person.
Okay, so those restrictions will not be applied to those that will be taking the test in person.
Correct.
Now, my understanding is you can only take the baby bar 3 times before you're, I guess, put on some sort of academic probation by your law school. Is that correct?
Actually, no. What the condition is you're allowed to take the exam up to 3 times in order to get credit for your anything beyond your first year of law school. You're going to see on the agenda one of the efforts, and it was part of the Supreme Court directives, is for us to implement a rule change that would allow students a 4th opportunity. And these are students affected by the COVID-19. So it's for the cohorts that are in their first, second, and taking the 3rd administration of this exam. So it's forthcoming on the agenda for this committee.
Yeah. And it's actually, they have to take and pass it within the first 4 administrations that it's offered after they first become eligible.
Do we know specifically who these individuals might be that are kind of in jeopardy, like they're taking it the 3rd time within that time period?
Yes, we know of those that have registered how many previous attempts they've taken. Some people have chosen not to. And again, we are going to, if this rule is approved, we are going to modify our case management system that will note who will be impacted and who isn't, since we have that historical information, historical registration information.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All right. Any other comments about?
Chair, this is Chan. I have asked Amy to help me make arrangement to allow me to test the baby bar next Tuesday. And this allows me to gain my firsthand experience on the testing conditions and also test drive the security protocols. But I'll be happy to report back to the committee about my experience at our next meeting. But I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Oh, that's awesome. Are you going to be taking as if you are actually taking the exam along with the applicants?
That's right. I'm pretty sure I will fail, but I will try to make the best of it.
That's what I was going to note, Robbie, in closing, that Alex Chan has graciously offered to sit for the exam. So he's going to be up early and logged in by 7:30 with the rest of our remote applicants. I just want to thank him for that, because it's going to be a big affair, but I think it'll be a worthwhile endeavor. And I think reporting back to the CBE at the next meeting would be very appropriate and I think welcoming. And I also want to thank the staff. There's so much that's happened behind the scenes. So it's been a big effort, but it could not be done without this entire very hardworking team. So thank you.
And thank you, Alex, on behalf of all of us too. I saw the call for volunteers and I'm like, delete that. Only the smartest and the nerdiest among us would volunteer for that task.
I was going to say, please don't kick me off the committee if I fail.
Amy, just so if we adjust the July bar exam, does that mean that we may also be adjusting the February bar exam, February 2021, into the future to give the bar time to grade the fall exam?
I think that's a tough call to make. I think, part of it is knowing what the future holds for us in terms of the COVID. And I think rather than thinking about this as like an adjustment in our administration, I think it's just an option that we have on the table. I don't know if this is us moving permanently into this. It's almost like remote working, telecommuting right now. We are able to come back to the office, but we're not doing it all at once out of safety precautions, knowing that a second wave is coming. I think our bar exam has the same conditions right now. If a second wave were to come, and we've heard the concerns of students that are concerned about licensing getting impacted, that we have this option with us if remote proctoring turns out, or this remote proctoring modality turns out to be successful. We have this as an option, but whether or not this becomes a permanent way of testing, stands to be tested and has too many outstanding variables to make that determination now.
Okay.
I had just an observation. A couple of days ago, or no, maybe about a week or so ago, I received a notice from Edison that they were going to take part of our neighborhood down as far as electricity is concerned. And when I was going through and reading about, being online and taking the bar exam that way, I thought, oh my God, here's one more problem you're going to have to worry about is, are you going to be part of that grid that is going to go down for an hour right in the middle of an exam, which would be a total nightmare. But I mean, that's just throwing the wrench into the system. But it just kind of took me aback when I read that. And I just hope that doesn't come to fruition where somebody loses power right in the middle of an exam. Yeah.
We've received those comments, and also the idea that this exam would be taking place, close to summer when it's hot, and we know that Southern California experiences a lot of power outages, but it's a consideration. And the other thing to think about, though, is, and I think Kareem, when you talked about it, I forgot to respond to this portion, and that is a lot of students are, or I'd say all students right now are taking courses online. So it's a modality that students have adjusted to, and again, I recognize, Patricia, your point, which is this is out of their control, and it's out of our control. But I think it's something that we need to be conscientious of, and think about what a remedy would be for that. And so anyhow, so the point is that for a lot of these students, this modality is not foreign to them. That is being online and taking exams online, because they've had to do that for law school. But I think the thing to recognize is these extraneous factors that may impact their ability to complete an exam online.
Yeah, with taking an exam online when you're going to school, there are remedies where, something happens to your computer and you go down, but I don't know if, there might be something to take into consideration. When you're taking the bar exam, they're very stringent rules about, you can't get up, you can't take a break, you can't do this, but it's kind of the same, but not the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Later on, we're going to talk a little bit about the Chapter 6 sanctions, and perhaps we should talk a little bit more in that arena about that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments about our upcoming bar exams? Wow, it's
I have a quick question, Robbie. This is Dolores.
Oh yes.
So I realize that a lot hinges on this this upcoming test, for making decisions about the fall and the fall exam. And Amy, you sent us a copy of the letter from the ABA deans to the Supreme Court, and I'm wondering if has been a response from the Supreme Court, or whether we will have any kind of role in that, or whether it's strictly a response that the Supreme Court will make back to the deans.
based on the letter that we received on June 10th from the Supreme Court, I think, they're going to continue and make the final recommendation as to how we proceed with the September, potentially October exam. But I think they are, as they noted, that they're, exploring a variety of options and circumstances as they develop or change. That is part of it. Is like, the public comment, comments from, deans, as well as, as I've noted, the outcome of this online, our first remote exam administration. So in terms of it coming back to the committee, I think that, the way that might happen is if the Supreme Court wanted more feedback on if another option were to be developed. I don't know what that might look like, but I think, yeah, I mean, they're waiting for our feedback as to the results of this upcoming administration of the first year exam.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, very, very exciting, nerve-wracking and exciting. So let's see. Amy, is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, finally. Yes, it is.
Robbie?
Oh, no, there was no rush. That stuff is big, big news. So maybe we can move to examinations, because that should dovetail with our speaker. So let's go to item 0200. That's Lisa and Paul. And is Mr. Lovett on the line already? How is that supposed to happen, Amy? Does he know to call in? Does he have the Zoom instructions?
Lisa is working with Mr. Lovett. I think he has been instructed to come.
Yeah, he has the panelist link. So he's scheduled to start speaking at his presentation at 10 a.m. So I don't know exactly how far before 10 a.m. he's planning to get on, but he does have the link to join.
Okay, then let's, Lisa and Paul, if you want to go ahead and start your presentation, and we'll just keep our eyes peeled for our speaker.
Okay, so before we do that, Robbie, I noticed there are actually two real questions in the Q&A section of the Zoom meeting. So I just wonder if staff is going to look at those and answer them, or if we should simply just say that we're not going to. And
so, Paul, that should have been disabled before the meeting started, but you can't disable it once the meeting gets started. So we're just going to leave those there. For the committee can consider the questions, but we're not going to provide answers.
oh, okay. Well, I think to be fair to the questioners, the first question is whether California is going to make an actual decision for the bar exam. I think the answer is not today. And as you've heard, the Supreme Court is considering things, right?
Well, one thing to just keep in mind, so, public comment is very important. Public commenters are not entitled to ask questions of the committee members or the speakers that are coming today. So, for the sake of just maintaining our public comment period during the time we've designated, I would just not, provide answers to questions on the fly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm always.
This is Shelley.
Yes. So Paul and Lisa, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. So then the next item after the training that's going to start at 10 a.m. is the report on the proposed sampling plan for selection of bar exam subjects.
That's enclosed, Paul. That's in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's enclosed.
Wrong agenda. Yeah, I keep flipping back and forth here. So the final report for the CAPA analysis. Do we have Ron Pai with us? There he is.
Paul, but I think you skipped around the Supreme Court report.
Oh, you're right. Okay. So the O200 is the Supreme Court report, the report to the Supreme Court on the February 2020 bar exam. And I had given some feedback to Lisa and Amy that there's a couple typos. There's some issue with the math, the numbers of people who took the exam and completed it in the narrative. And also, I think we should add the title chair to your name, Robbie, where you're listed in the report. Lisa, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, this is a standing item, Paul, that the staff prepares for the Supreme Court after every examination administration. So it just, gives the Supreme Court the a summary of the statistics and other information that they normally will want to receive from State Bar staff. So it's a standing item.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about this item? Okay, then I guess we could use a motion to approve the draft report, subject to the correction of the typos and polishing by staff.
We have a
Okay.
motion. Paul, Mr. Chair, we need a motion to approve the draft report to the Supreme Court.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, so that motion is made by, I believe, Mr. Lawrence and seconded by Dr. Agatep. Is that right?
I think it's Ms. Villalobos, correct?
Oh, I apologize.
Correct.
I apologize, Mr. Lawrence and Ms. Villalobos. So, Ms. Wong, can you go ahead and do a roll call vote then?
Sure. Dr. Agatep,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Pick,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Torrealba,
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the CAPA report, the final report. And Ron, did you want to make a brief presentation? You'll need to unmute yourself. There you go.
I wasn't preparing to make a presentation because it was presented in the previous CB meeting, and following that meeting, it was presented to the Board of Trustees. My understanding is this is the final version after the draft presented to the CBE, presented and the Board of Trustees. That the Committee of Bar Examiner will accept this report. And if anyone has any questions about what's covered in the final report, I'll be more than glad to answer. But essentially, it was the recommendations from the CAPA group, and then following those recommendations, the board approved the report with the next step of being the creation of a Blue Ribbon Commission to consider a series of our exam related decisions.
Okay, so I have one question.
Sure.
So professional responsibility, am I right that that's no longer on the list?
Not on the list for recommended content to be covered on the exam. Of course, that's a recommendation from CAPA, and it's not completely eliminating testing of professional responsibility, but relying on some other mechanisms to test.
Okay, I guess I just note that, is it felt that that is consistent with the Supreme Court's past emphasis on professional responsibility as an element of the exam?
It is consistent in the sense that there's a new requirements for newly admitted attorneys to go through in the first year more focused training on professional ethics. Of course, that's a policy consideration. CAPA thought that would cover appropriately the requirements for the emphasis on professional ethics.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, I want to say, you know, as the CBE representative, the newest report really mirrors the last report that was reviewed by the CBE. There were just, I think, more typos and some repetitive things that were changed. Things that you see, like professional responsibility, part of that report talks about moving some of those things into the law school environment to unpack the test. So that's something that might be a mandatory law school class. Those are the kind of things that we talked about at CAPA. So certainly there's no de-emphasis of that. It's just, you know, the thinking was at the outset, do we need to test on 14 possible subjects on the bar exam, and what's a way to look at reducing the number of subjects and still make sure that there's minimum competence in areas that the court feels new lawyers should know. So I don't want you or anyone on the committee to think that we were somehow pushing something as important as professional responsibility to the side. I think the idea was that that might best be handled in the law school environment or elsewhere in a different exam or testing format. Would you say that is that a fair explanation, Ron?
Yeah, that was the main focus consideration in the CAPA members' discussion.
Okay, thanks. So
Okay, so then we just need given that this has already been approved, this is really just here for our information. So the recommended motion from staff is to receive and file this report.
So
Do I have a
move.
motion?
This is Kareem.
okay, motion is made by Kareem, a second by Michael Isiri. Is that right? Did I imagine that, or did you second that?
I'll nod. Sure.
Yes, he did. He did. I had to look through the guard in there to find him, but he did do it. Okay, so that's motions made by Mr. Gongora and seconded by Mr. Isiri. Ms. Wong, do you want to take a roll call vote? So this is to approve that finalized CAPA report to the Supreme Court. Go ahead, Ms. Wong.
Kim, you muted.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Dr. Agata,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Pick,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Toriaba,
Yes, sorry.
Ms. Villalobos, Patricia Villalobos.
Yes, sorry.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So I think what's left are your goals, Mr. Kramer.
Correct. And I just had one question for Lisa. According to goal number 2, the psychometrician's report on the February bar exam would have been on this agenda. Is it delayed?
Is that in conjunction with the Supreme Court report that you're talking about?
Right.
I think that may get attached to, just like the selected answers, when they're available, they also get attached to that report. So the draft that we have for the consideration of the committee, I believe, is the main, the main body of the report. So I'm not sure when the psychometrician's report is going to be ready.
But we have been receiving those and reviewing them in the past, correct?
I don't know that we've received them with the draft Supreme Court report. So the psychometrician's report, I believe, is like statistics, and the general statistics, I don't believe. Christina, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Whether or not they're ready at this point. Usually, it's like 4 to 6 weeks or something after the administration of the exam.
Yeah, the February statistics were just recently posted on the website.
And that, okay, well, I'm simply saying that we refer to the analysis by the psychometrician as part of the goal. So should we be modifying the goal to eliminate that?
So I just want to be clear. The psychometrician report is a report that comes right after the exam. So and it notes how many people took the exam. It weighs out the grading process. Lisa, it's the one that Roger sends. Did we do that for the February 2020?
Is it the technical report? The technical report, I know normally we do separately for the first year, but I'm not sure normally where that comes in terms of having it available separately to the committee. So since I normally don't prepare this report, it's on my agenda, but I normally don't prepare the report. So I don't remember when the psychometrician's report actually comes in with regard to the bar exam.
It's a report that comes out, the technical report, after each exam administration. So what we could do is go back and report back at the next CBE meeting, whether we've done that for the February 2020, and then most likely by that point we'll have the June 2020 baby bar technical report as well.
Okay, so maybe you can just recommend if we want to modify this goal and bring those reports the next time.
Yes. So the
Okay,
idea is not to eliminate or bring that report here. I think it's just ensuring that we did and noting it on the agenda, on the goals report.
Okay. Other than that, I didn't see anything to change. Did anyone else have any questions about the goals?
No.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Oh, do we need a motion to approve those goals? I think we do.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Isiri, are you making that motion to approve the goals of that committee? I think you are.
I'll let someone else do that.
Oh, okay. Anyone make a motion for?
I'll make the motion. This is Bethany.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Peak. Any second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Heisinger. All right. Ms. Wong, if I can enlist you one more time, well, 100 more times, but this time also, to take a vote.
Dr. Agata?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen?
Yes.
Mr. Efting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora? Mr. Gongora?
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Iseri?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Pick?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Judge Torrealba?
Yes.
Mr. Lobos?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, if I've set my watch right and the stars have aligned, then our speaker should be ready to begin a presentation here in open session that and I see him. Look at him. Look at that guy. This is what it's like when you've got a 6,500 square foot home. Wow, that one of the rooms just like that one. Well, welcome.
I'm in a tiny New York City apartment, but I'm very glad to be here nonetheless.
Welcome, Dr. Lovett. Did you want to, by way of introduction, Lisa?
Oh, yeah, so I'm just going to provide a short bio for Dr. Lovett that he's provided me, and I'm very happy to introduce him to the committee. We've been eagerly anticipating his presentation. So Dr. Lovett is an associate professor of psychology and education at Teachers College, Columbia University, where he teaches courses in the school psychology programs. He conducts research on the diagnosis of learning and attention problems, test anxiety, and the provision of testing accommodations. Dr. Lovett has consulted with a variety of schools and testing agencies on disability and accommodation issues. Welcome, Dr. Lovett.
Oh, thank you so much for the introduction. Very good to be here with all of you. It's an honor to be before the State Bar. And so I'm going to share my screen so you can see my presentation. Let's see. Okay, excellent. All right, so please feel free at any time to interrupt with questions or anything like that, or to write in the chat if you prefer. I'm happy at any point to stop, and I'd like to really make this as helpful for all of you as possible. So if there's anything you'd like me to talk more about or clarify as we're going through, please never hesitate to stop me. Okay, so I'm going to open by talking a little bit about how testing accommodations are popular, as you all know. This is actually a Google search that I did some time ago, and you can see if you type in getting extra, it will suggest what searches are most common. And getting extra time on the SAT this day was actually more common than requesting extra storage on your iPhone, about as common as requesting extra money and things like that. I just realized today that this search function might be a little bit different in the time of COVID. And so I actually redid the search this morning and was surprised to see getting extra time on the LSAT is actually still in the top 4 recommended searches. And sadly, some things related much more to acute financial need are also there. But it's just incredible how popular accommodations remain and how much, I'm sure for all of you, you didn't anticipate spending as much of your time and lives on accommodations. I didn't either. As a school psychologist, I got into the field very interested in diagnosis and also in management of behavior problems. And I was surprised about 15 years ago when I started to work in public schools, how much time was being spent on accommodation decisions. And as a graduate student back then, I thought I would go to the research literature and find out what the right answers were, how to make decisions. And 15 years ago, there was very little research being done on testing accommodations. So since then, I've devoted a lot of my career to trying to answer some of those questions empirically by collecting relevant data. And so I'm very pleased to be able to share with you today some of that research. I'm sorry, please.
Real quick, Dr. Lovett, no, I really emphasize the need and importance of this conversation, and I wanted to first thank you for your time. I just wanted, and I don't want to deteriorate from what the importance of it. I just wanted to provide that gaining extra is also based on Google's prior results history. So it will actually influence the results if you been looking for testing accommodations. I just want to, I don't want to deteriorate from your presentation, because this is something that is dearly important to me, and I love discussing this type of areas. I just wanted to provide a quick clarification about that.
If I may, I think that I was able to avoid that by using an incognito window in my browser, so that the searches actually were conducted without my prior search history, I believe.
Awesome.
It's certainly true. I myself am often looking up things about accommodations, so you're absolutely right. But I don't believe these searches were influenced by that, but I encourage you all to try yourselves. I think you'll find, as I've asked many people to, that indeed testing accommodations are a suggested search just because of how common they are sought. But I do appreciate that and the opportunity to clarify. Let's see. So my colleagues and I have wanted to figure out, though, really how popular accommodations are from a different point of view, instead of just relying on, say, a Google search. So some years ago, a set of colleagues and myself actually performed a study where we asked hundreds of college students with and without disabilities about whether they thought accommodations would have any effect on their scores on high-stakes tests. And we listed a number of different accommodations. We surveyed over 100 students who had identified disabilities and even more who were non-disabled. And we looked at students at 3 different colleges. Some were attending a small liberal arts college, others were attending a medium-sized state university, others a large private university. We wanted to get students from all over different types of institutions. And you can see the results from that survey here. So you can see the accommodations listed in the first column. And again, students were being asked whether or not they expected that they would show some sort of positive effect, some benefit in terms of their performance on a high-stakes test. So 88% of students with disabilities expected that with 50% extended time, they would see some kind of score gain. And almost as many, 87.1% of non-disabled students felt the same way. For a separate room, over half of both students with and without disabilities expected that there would be some degree of score gain. The same thing for additional breaks. Other accommodations showed a bigger difference between students with and without disabilities. So in terms of having a test read to someone, far more students with disabilities said that they thought they would gain some benefit from that than non-disabled students and so on. So it did depend on the type of accommodation, but we were still surprised at the very high proportion of non-disabled students who said they expected to experience at least some degree of benefit from an accommodation. And this sort of popularity, this expectation, I think has to be kept in mind when we consider what sort of requests for accommodations you're all seeing. Another thing that really, I think, brought accommodations into the light of the general public was the college admissions scandal last year. I keep up with a lot of lesser known stories about testing accommodations. As you might guess, I have news alerts for them. But this was the first time that I began to get calls from people who I've known for many years, but have never really cared about my work on accommodations, or reporters and things like that asking about accommodations for this purpose. What happened in the admissions scandal, of course, in a sense, was extremely unusual and very rare to have folks pay this fellow in the middle, allegedly, William Rick Singer, to do things that would allow for fraudulent or falsified college admissions test scores to aid students getting into various colleges. But part of the process for making that happen was obtaining accommodations on the test. This would give Singer and his associates time to prepare the fraudulent scores and obtain them. And so if you read the wiretapped conversations between Singer and the parents involved, it's really interesting, and for me as a school psychologist, almost chilling to see how much Singer knew about the process of how to obtain diagnoses and accommodations. It's actually available on, I believe, the DOJ or FBI website. It's, I think Laura Smith was the agent who filed the criminal complaint related to that. And so it's kind of interesting to see how at times, I think folks who are involved in the admissions world, unfortunately for bad purposes, know more about the processes involved in getting diagnoses and accommodations than those of us who are charged with making those recommendations and decisions. Let's see. That admissions scandal was then followed by some analyses by both the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, looking at the proportion of students at the high school level who receive accommodations under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which often include extended time on tests. So the Wall Street Journal article came out a couple months after the admissions scandal broke, finding that students at wealthy schools had far higher rates of these 504 plans across any year that you looked. And then a couple years after this, the New York Times did their own analysis using a slightly different methodology, and they found very, very similar things. Need extra time on tests, it helps to have cash, just finding that students in the top 1% in terms of the school income level, we're going to have far higher rates of this sort of process, this accommodation process. The Wall Street Journal noted that I think the highest rate that they found was in the suburb of Boston, Newton, Massachusetts, where about 1/3 of students were receiving 504 accommodations, which was really incredible. So this certainly brought things into the news, and I think it's made a lot of folks, at least people who have contacted me, more concerned about the way that accommodations are being granted. And so obviously we want to make sure that folks with disabilities are able to access whatever tests are out there, and it's something I'll talk more about. But there also appears to be a need for rigorous review, as we're seeing.
Dr. Levitt, you noted that we could ask questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Just to give you, so thank you for that. I have background, I have a child with disabilities, and I'm also doing some dissertation study on the IDEA Act as well as the 504 plans. And so part of the concerns that I'm experiencing is that access to healthcare and quality healthcare is a concern in that disability community. So I'm wondering, like, we see we don't see new disabilities, but we see recently diagnosed disabilities coming. And so what is your background on that, and seeing a child going through their whole history without needing a 504 plan or an IEP, but coming to of age where they're like, something's not normal, or maybe they got passed through the system, or maybe they were misclassified. So I guess I'm trying to reconcile all that confusion in your background.
Absolutely, no, and it's something that I have later in the presentation. I'm very happy to talk about it, at least briefly now. A lot depends on the disability type and the individual case. So obviously, just to put this out there, some disabilities can onset at any point in someone's life. And the most obvious ones that I think are really important in the context that you all work in is psychiatric disabilities, many of which can start at any point. If a student reports having, or an applicant reports having, say, an anxiety disorder that started last year, that's very possible that something just happened, or something like that. I suspect you're referring more to what might be called neurodevelopmental disabilities, like learning disabilities, ADHD, things like that. And there we have to make a real distinction between the onset of symptoms and the onset of the diagnosis. So there have to be symptoms in childhood or adolescence for those sorts of disorders, but there are a lot of reasons that you're alluding to for why a formal diagnosis may not have occurred. So the fact that someone doesn't have an early childhood diagnosis or even an adolescent diagnosis certainly doesn't mean that the person doesn't have a disability. They may well have one of those disability conditions. I look for details of the case to see whether or not there's documentation and evidence that would explain the lack of an early formal diagnosis. But they certainly can be very legitimate diagnoses and conditions, even when there was no prior formal diagnosis. Does that help sort of as a start? Or?
It does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So when someone reports that the symptoms only began later, then we have to be very careful in a case of something like ADHD, where someone does not report having any sort of problems. We see a personal statement from someone who says that they always had, not had any trouble in high school and then in college, and then they got to law school, and then they began to have trouble being easily distracted and things like that. This would go against the very criteria for ADHD. So when there's an onset of symptoms that's late as opposed to a formal diagnosis that's late, that's a very big difference. But a great question, and something I'm happy to return to later.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just a little bit more about the idea of accommodations. All of you are very familiar with the legal framework for providing accommodations, laws like ADA and similar laws that provide for them. But it's worth just taking a moment to take a step back and discuss why we have accommodations in the first place. I take what I consider to be a human rights perspective. To me, accommodations are just a way of tolerating individual differences and actually supporting and welcoming individuals who have a diversity of different types of ability levels. I think of disability as a dimension of diversity. And so when accommodations involve reasonable changes to arbitrary practices, there's often a very good reason to provide them. Sometimes I think about the self-help book series, although it seems far afield, from the 1990s called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And when you think of it, we have lots of sort of arbitrary aspects of test design and test administration. And often those things can be changed without any loss of validity. And so when possible, we shouldn't sweat the small stuff, in my opinion. This is a perspective that I came to first working in schools and then moving gradually into the standardized high stakes testing space. But that's actually the same process that we've seen for other sorts of accommodations. Changes in classrooms that began with IDEA, the main special education law at the federal level, ADA, which was mainly designed, I believe, to apply to workplaces and employment settings initially, at least in terms of the drive for it. And now we see testing as just another arena where if someone is otherwise qualified, as ADA says, we should be making reasonable accommodations to allow access. We shouldn't sweat the small stuff when we consider how many of the aspects of test administration are, as I say, rather arbitrary in terms of the choices. And a topic that I'll come back to is whether or not some of the aspects of the bar exam are arbitrary or whether or not they're in fact an important thing that students must be able to do. to be successful. And that's, of course, I think a very big issue in accommodations. And I know that's something that the board is interested in. So coming from that human rights perspective, there are certain cases of accommodations that are going to be, in a relative sense, with regard to some aspects of the decision, easy. And so let's say you have an individual who has a visual impairment. There are certain accommodations depending on the individual's profile of skills and abilities that might be relevant, providing a large print form of an exam, providing a braille form of an exam, an audio recording that seems to match very easily. If someone has a motor impairment, they use a wheelchair, then perhaps, you know, they just need to have a desk adjusted when they take the bar exam, or that they, depending on the fine motor skills, they may need to dictate their answers. What makes these cases, in a sense, relatively easy are a few things. So first of all, the impairments are relatively obvious. They're visible in some sense. The access needs are clearly unusual. You wouldn't even think of asking an individual with some of these sorts of impairments to try taking the test without accommodations, just to sort of see if you can do it. The access needs are obvious, and some of these accommodations are things that individuals without disabilities would have no interest in. If anything, they would be impaired by receiving these sorts of accommodations. So that makes these sorts of decisions easy, but unfortunately, as I suspect you all have known, these are also rare cases relative to the hard cases. So in terms of, if we look at this at the level of K-12 special education, visual impairments and orthopedic impairments are a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of individuals who receive special education. The last time that I saw an audit of this with regard to high stakes exams was a GAO report in 2011, and it was the very same thing. Learning disabilities, ADHD, psychiatric disabilities were the sorts of things that were most common. And about 10 years later, I think that's still the case. So hard cases often involve things like learning disabilities, ADHD, psychiatric, traumatic brain injury, autism spectrum disorder. These, I'm guessing, are what your board spends a lot of your time working with in terms of decision making. And the accommodations for these conditions that are often very relevant and often needed by individuals with these disabilities are also accommodations that, again, according to the empirical research, many people would like to have, including non-disabled individuals. And so this really leads to a need for specific empirical research that addresses those accommodations, those disability conditions, and how to make decisions. And so I'm going to present a lot of that research just to provide some foundation, and I'll organize it using some questions that were developed. Now it's amazing. It's about a quarter century ago. Susan Phillips, who you see here, was an educational measurement professor at Michigan State University at this time. And she had published an article back in 1994 in a journal. And very briefly, she just enumerates these 5 questions. Back when I was a graduate student, I read this article, and I've been reading dozens, if not hundreds of articles, and still feeling like the whole field of testing accommodations was so amorphous that I didn't even know where to start. And her 5 questions, to me, even a quarter century after they were published, sum up everything that I think we might want to know about an accommodation. So these are the things that I think about as a researcher. They're the things I think about as a licensed psychologist myself. And I think these are really relevant questions for decision makers like you all to have in mind when you're considering accommodations. So the first question that I think is very relevant is whether or not the benefits of an accommodation are specific to individuals with disabilities. So the survey that I presented as a first research project gets at people's perceptions of this, but we could also ask empirically, is it the case that the benefits of an accommodation are only for individuals with disabilities, or would the accommodation in fact help anyone? And the graph that you see here is actually entirely hypothetical mocked up data. It's just a graph that I produced to show what would be what we call differential boost. If an accommodation differentially boosts or differentially benefits the scores of individuals with disabilities, we get a graph showing something like this. The individuals with disabilities who take a test with the standard administration conditions would actually have done better on average if they had taken the test with an accommodation, whereas the non-disabled students would not show any benefit. So this is hypothetical data that would show that perfect differential boost scenario, something that shows the accommodations are clearly specific. Well, if you look at the research literature, and there have been a great many studies looking at differential boost, whether or not you find it really depends on what the accommodation is. So different accommodations yield different answers with regard to differential boost. So for instance, read aloud accommodations do turn out to have substantially greater benefits for individuals who have a disability. Reading disabilities are an obvious case, but there's also some research with younger kids that ADHD is a condition that's specifically associated with benefit, probably because for younger kids with ADHD, the read aloud keeps them on track, someone is actually engaging them. Extended times benefits are generally not specific. So on time pressured tests, we find that individuals with and without disabilities do show some benefit. I have some slides that go into some studies that my colleagues and I have done that really present this in more detail. I'm not going to cover all of them unless people would like me to go back to them, but your handouts will also have all the data so that you can review them at your leisure. But I just want to show at least a couple of graphs showing the data from those studies. So again, the hypothetical data would show something like this. Students with disabilities show a benefit, non-disabled students do not. We did a study with college students with and without learning disabilities. And so we actually gave the test at 3 different time points. This was a special version of the Nelson-Denny reading test, which I'll come back to because I know that's of interest to the board. So we gave basically students 15 minutes to take a special version of the test, which had more items than is typical. Then we saw how they did after a 50% extended time. And then we saw how they did after 100% extended time. So we would stop them at each point to sort of see where they were in the exam. And so you can see on average, for each of these sort of pairs of bars that are in the same color, the students with learning disability diagnoses did somewhat worse. But both groups benefited from the accommodation. This was a highly time-pressured version of the Nelson-Denny, and both groups show that benefit. As they get more time, they get more work done. We did a very similar study with college students. This was actually done by colleagues of mine that I was not involved in the data collection for this one. But this was a study with college students with and without ADHD diagnoses. This is a little bit different in terms of the data because even though both groups benefited, the individuals with ADHD diagnoses were actually not impaired at any of the time periods compared to their non-disabled peers. And this is something we've found in a number of studies. College students who have ADHD diagnoses may have a number of real-world impairments, but test-taking speed does not appear to be one of them on average. There certainly are likely to be individuals in an individual case who have an ADHD diagnosis who may need additional time, but as a general rule, that does not appear to be the case at the group level. That may be because of medication, it might be because of maturation or remission over time of the ADHD symptoms, but that's, I think, an important thing to keep in mind. So I should just check if there are questions about differential boost so far, though, or about that data. Okay.
Yeah, I have one.
Please.
Do you have any sense about, maybe you're going to get to this, about whether an exam like the bar exam, which involves the application of the recollection of law and the application of law to facts, is time sensitive more so or less so than other types of exams?
It's a great question. The speededness of the exam, as we say, how speeded the bar exam is, it's surprisingly difficult to get data myself as a researcher. You might be surprised in stuff that I've been trying to get for a long time. A lot of testing entities that develop tests simply consider speededness, at least in their public documents, as a yes or no thing. Either the test is substantially speeded, it's substantially time pressured, or it's not. And so many testing entities have been at pains to show our tests are not substantially speeded. Our tests are not substantially time pressured. Maybe not everyone finishes entirely, but almost everyone finishes almost all of the exam. And to me, when I see those sorts of statements as a disability scholar, that is not always helpful because if only a small portion of people aren't finishing, those are the people I care about. They may be the individuals who have disabilities who are at a disadvantage then. So I can't speak specifically to the speededness of the bar exam. It's something I'm happy to sort of talk more about what you would want to look for. And it's the sort of thing to certainly ask of psychometricians who you're working with. It's a good question, certainly. And I will come back to the issue of whether tests should be speeded, whether time pressure is something that might actually be relevant for the bar exam. And that's something I'll talk about actually just a little bit later. So extended time, it's, as I say, we see the data from that. I'll just briefly talk about another accommodation, which is private rooms. Some studies suggest this may be the second most common accommodation. I don't know if it is for the California bar exam, but in some research that has been the case. In some settings, it appears to be easy to provide. When I work with different testing agencies, some say it's not really a big deal. They have a relatively low threshold for providing it. Others describe it as a very logistically intensive accommodation to provide. And so they ask me, is this actually needed? Is this truly needed by an individual with a disability? So that's obviously something for you all to consider in terms of the logistics of that. But my colleagues and I did a research study looking at whether or not individuals with ADHD would show some sort of benefit, especially a differential benefit or differential boost from a separate room. And there are a lot of reasons to wonder whether or not that should be the case. Even though there seems to be this obvious logical relationship between ADHD and a separate room, in fact, the relationship is a lot less clear than you might think. One reason for that is that distractibility is not actually the same thing as ADHD. The DSM lists 18 different symptoms of ADHD, and distractibility is only one of them. Someone could meet the criteria for ADHD without having that particular issue. So that's one reason it might not be the same. Even for individuals who have ADHD and report high levels of distractibility, often the distractions they report, particularly in young adults, are internal distractions. They're not extraneous noises or visual things in the environment. People describe getting off track because they're distracted by a thought of something that is unrelated to the test. And so a private room would have no benefit in that case, if that was where the distractions were emanating from. And then finally, many individuals who have ADHD are taking medication, which at times can be quite effective at reducing symptoms. So there are a lot of reasons to really wonder whether individuals with ADHD would, on average, typically benefit from a separate room. So my colleagues and I did this study again with Nelson-Denny. Again, I'll just kind of show you some of the data. For this one, it's easier actually because the numbers are all fairly similar. It's easier to look at the numbers directly instead of through a graph. It's a little bit complicated here. We have some students who had ADHD diagnoses and they had to prove the diagnosis. In some cases, they showed us their medication. Then we had comparison students who did not have an ADHD diagnosis. And we looked at them taking basically the two versions of the Nelson-Denny, one in a separate room, in a private room where it was only them and a proctor, and one where they were in a group of other examinees. I see a question that I will return to about distractibility. It's a good question. Let's see. So you can just see looking at the data here though. We also have their attempted items. So to look at access rather than how they performed, we wanted to see how much of the test they got through because we thought maybe they wouldn't show a benefit in terms of their performance, but if they reached more items with a separate room, maybe that would still show some increase in access, which might make an accommodation appropriate. So to analyze these data, we did a couple of more sophisticated statistical analyses, and I'll just show the sort of results from those. We looked first at the number of correct, how people's actual performance was. We didn't find what in statistics is called a main effect of ADHD. So overall, the individuals with ADHD and the individuals without ADHD showed indistinguishable performance in terms of the statistical significance. The group difference was not statistically significant. We also looked to see whether there was a main effect, like an overall effect of setting. So overall, individuals, did they perform better in a separate room or in a group format? There wasn't really a difference. Critically, there was no interaction. A statistical interaction here would show whether or not the difference in settings depended on whether someone had ADHD. And so the benefits of a separate room were not significantly different. So even though in the numbers you saw some small differences, those were not statistically significant in terms of whether or not this would be a reliable effect. We also looked at attempted items, and here we actually did see a main effect of ADHD. So individuals with ADHD were actually a little less likely to reach further in the exam. So there was a statistically significant effect there, but no main effect of setting in terms of how far people got. And again, critically, no interaction. So the benefit of the separate room in terms of how much of the exam you got through was not different in terms of any benefit that accrued to individuals with versus without ADHD. So this seemed to suggest that a separate room is unlikely to be of great benefit to anyone on average. We then wanted to follow up to see whether or not within our groups there were some individuals who benefited a great deal and others who didn't. So we performed some additional secondary data analyses. Within the ADHD group, there was a lot of variability. So 41% of the ADHD participants actually did show substantial benefit in terms of reaching basically 3 items or more than they had without the separate room. And we used 3 items as what determined substantial benefit because that was the difference between ADHD and non-ADHD in the attempted items. We also found that though 30% of ADHD participants declined at least a bit with the separate room. So this might suggest that these are not stable effects. Overall, again, we didn't find a unique benefit of the separate room for ADHD. So it suggests that we should make the decisions at an individual level, but we certainly should not assume that an ADHD diagnosis means that someone needs a separate room. So we shouldn't equate the diagnosis with that particular need. I want to get back to the question about how to measure distractibility. So we actually, in this study, developed a distractibility scale that we are hoping to do more work on and eventually share with the public, perhaps by publishing it or something like that. There are not a ton of great distractibility measures at the moment. What I tend to use when I'm looking at disability documentation is the inattention component of an ADHD rating scale, or the data from an interview where distractibility is asked about in particular. So that would at least be a sort of subjective measurement of distractibility. And in the case of rating scales, if you have collateral reports from third parties, the individual's parents, partner, peers, whoever else, who can really speak to that and give real world examples, that can be very helpful to really establish that the person is distractible. But it really depends on the disability evaluation report that you're looking at. Let's see, there's another question. Okay, maybe that was.
Sorry, Dr. Lovett, this is Caroline Holmes. So we unfortunately did not disable the Q&A function before we started the webinar. The Q&As are coming in from attendees who are members of the public. Members of the public are not entitled to ask questions and get answers, and we want to make sure that all of our CBE members are able to get their questions answered for you. So just go ahead and disregard the questions coming in from the Q&A. I'll copy and paste them into a document, and then I'll give them to the community coordinator to provide to the CBE members for consideration as public comment.
Yeah, no, that's
okay.
Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, so we've talked about a couple of cases of differential boost, or actually the lack thereof. Before I move on to Phillips's other questions, I just want to speak a little bit about something that I know the board was curious about, which is the Nelson-Denny reading test. Most of the reports that you'll see, the diagnostic evaluation reports, use forms G and H of the Nelson-Denny, although recently forms I and J, new forms of the test, actually did come out. So one of the things that often I'm asked is this a diagnostic or a screening test? To me, it certainly can play a role in making a diagnosis of a reading disability, a learning disability in reading, or evidence that an individual who has another disability, like say ADHD, is impaired with regard to their reading skills. So there's no reason, in my opinion, why it could not be used in a diagnostic fashion as part of diagnostic evidence. I certainly would not rule out the Nelson-Denny that way. One of the reasons why I say that is this third bullet here. What are the alternatives? We don't have a lot of timed reading comprehension tests that mimic real-world high-stakes exams. And the Nelson-Denny reading test is really not bad as exams go in that regard, as diagnostic tests go. So I think interpreted properly, the Nelson-Denny can be very useful. It does generate a few different scores. For most real-world high-stakes exams, the comprehension score is especially relevant because it's going to have lengthy passages that are similar to those on many real-world high-stakes exams. The vocabulary score is usually not as relevant. It's based on just sort of one line, one partial line of text that has to be read in each item. And the rate score is very, very poor, in my opinion, for any utility. So the reading rate score is really just based on how far someone reads silently in a minute. There's no check on comprehension. It really is unclear how to interpret it, but the comprehension, the timed comprehension information from the Nelson-Denny reading test, I think can be very helpful as one piece of a diagnostic evaluation. As with any diagnostic evidence, you would also want to see evidence from the real world. So if someone is only performing poorly on diagnostic tests, that would generally be insufficient to show any sort of problem. But it can be one component. We don't really have, as I say, a lot of alternatives in terms of diagnostic testing. And the final thing I would note about the Nelson-Denny is that we have to be really careful with regard to the interpretation of the scores according to the test norms. So generally we apply for ADA purposes a general population standard. We want to know how someone's skills are and whether they're substantially limited relative to the general population. For college students, the Nelson-Denny does not provide a general population comparison. It compares an individual who's taking the test to other individuals who are in college. So already you're getting a sort of upward bias in terms of the educational levels of the individuals who are actually used in developing the test. And if you're looking at someone who's, say, in law school and they take the test, they're typically compared to graduating college seniors. Those individuals would be well above the general population in terms of their academic skills. So you can't really interpret things in the same way. Some evaluators will use grade 13 norms, college freshman norms, as a sort of proxy for the general population. I think that's often reasonable and often appropriate because unfortunately the Nelson-Denny does not have general population norms. I should also note as a caution, the new versions of the Nelson-Denny, as far as I can tell from reading the manual, also do not have general population norms. They have age norms where they looked at the age of the people taking the exam, but the people at the college age group were still all in college. So things still can't be interpreted in a general population way. So using grade 13 norms is, I think, often reasonable instead. So it's the Nelson-Denny I have strong mixed feelings about. Used well, it can be, I think, very helpful, but it often is not used well. And so unfortunately, it's up to those of us who are interpreting the data from those reports to really be careful. So I hope this is at least helpful as an introduction to the Nelson-Denny. Are there other questions about that? I know that was something that the board was interested in. Let's see. All right, so we've been talking about differential boost, and the Nelson-Denny was something that kind of came off the differential boost conversation. Another question that Phillips asked is about the comparability of the scores that are obtained on a test with and without accommodations. So we know that we want scores to be reliable and to lead to valid inferences based on individual scores. So is that going to be the same when the student takes the test with an accommodation? Optimally, we want an accommodation that increases the validity of a student's test scores, that actually makes us engage in more accurate inferences about the person's skill levels. But if accommodations are used improperly, it can lead to invalid inferences, things that are no longer correct. So just to take, again, hypothetical data to start with, you can see here the relationship on a scatter plot between a test score that's obtained without an accommodation, so a test score under standard conditions, and some kind of outcome. Let's say, for instance, that you were using the SAT to predict performance in college. So you have individuals' performance on the SAT would be on the x-axis here, so low scores all the way up to high scores. And then you could have college performance on the y-axis here, low performance in college up to high performance. So we would expect to see this general positive correlation. Individuals who do better on the SAT, overall, we would expect on average that they would do better in college. If we then looked at the test score when it was obtained under accommodated conditions with some kind of accommodation, would it still predict the outcome as well? Or would the data, as this hypothetical data shows, be more spread out? Would we not be able to make as clear inferences about how someone was going to do in terms of their college performance based on the SAT? So this is just an example of a research design that would tell us whether or not the scores are comparable with and without an accommodation. So I just want to show an example of a research study that looked at this. It's often hard to get data on this, but the AAMC, the group that makes the MCAT and administers the MCAT, actually published a study back in 2015 looking at exactly this question, whether or not the test scores when they're obtained with extended time have the same predictive validity. Do they lead to the same inferences about someone's later performance? So let's see. In this study, I'll just direct you to one thing in one of the tables in the publication, which is the total MCAT scores of individuals who took the test at standard time and with additional time. So you can see the scores were almost the same in terms of the MCAT performance. So what that means is we should expect these groups of individuals to perform about the same when they actually get to medical school. If the MCAT has the same predictive validity with and without extra time, we should expect these two groups to do about the same in medical school because they did about the same on the MCAT. Unfortunately, that's not what the research found. So this is taken from other tables in the In the publication, you can look at the proportion of students who failed at various points in medical school if they had taken the MCAT at standard time or if they had taken it with additional time. So the USMLE is the United States Medical Licensure Exam. You take that in several parts throughout your medical training. And so you can see, for instance, 6% of individuals who had taken the MCAT at standard time failed the USMLE Step 1, their first attempt, whereas about 3 times as high a proportion of individuals who had taken the MCAT at extended time failed the Step 1, their first try. And so that was a generally consistent theme where about 3 times as much, or sometimes more, sometimes a little less. But you see that throughout all of these different things, how people performed on different parts of the USMLE, whether or not they were graduated from medical school in 4 and 6 or 8 years or ever graduated. So this suggested that the scores that were obtained from the MCAT couldn't really be interpreted the same way as predicting how someone would do in medical school when they had obtained accommodations on the MCAT. So for an exam like the bar exam, exams that are used for certification and licensure, the criterion measure, what it's designed to predict, is usually a little bit harder to measure using job supervisor ratings or things like this. But I certainly always encourage testing agencies to consider conducting their own research studies or commissioning them, just because we can never be certain whether or not an effect would generalize from one test or one setting to another. But I think it's certainly relevant data to look at, that there's always a genuine, sincere, and well-grounded concern that scores that are obtained with accommodations may not have the same meaning. And that's one way of really asking whether scores have the same meaning. Another way is actually Phillips's third question, what I refer to as task comparability. Does the accommodation that's being requested change the test so much, does it change the tasks that you have to do, that the task is no longer measuring what it was designed to measure? So to take an example very far from the bar exam, say that you have an elementary school student who has to do a timed math drill with multiplication facts, and it's designed to see how automatic and fluent their knowledge of math facts. You wouldn't want to give extended time on that, because then it would no longer be measuring how quick and automatic someone's math knowledge is. In the same way, if you were trying to measure a child's reading comprehension, then reading aloud the exam would not be appropriate. That would turn the exam into a listening comprehension test. So the task would actually not be comparable. So the question then becomes, what is the case with various accommodations and your exam, the bar exam? And the way to start thinking about that is to divide up the types of skills you need to do well on an exam into 2 different groups, what are called target skills and what are called access skills. When you design an exam or you use an exam, you're really thinking about target skills, what the test is designed to measure, what you're curious about to find the variability in among examinees. But to do well on an exam, you also need a second set of skills, access skills. And these are the skills that a student needs just to be able to fairly participate in the test under the standard test administration conditions. So just to take an example that applies more to my work, let's say that I'm teaching, as I have many times, an introductory psychology course. And so I make up an exam for one of the units in introductory psychology. The exam is about learning and memory and research and theory in that area of psychology. As an instructor, I'm thinking about target skills primarily when I make the exam. So these are all things that relate to psychology for folks who recall their intro psych course. These things may look familiar. These are all the sorts of things that I would cover in a learning and memory unit in an introductory psychology course. And so to do well on my exam, students would have to have this type of knowledge, this type of ability and skill. But they would also need access skills. To participate in the exam in the way that it's typically administered, they would have to have adequate visual acuity to be able to see the items. They would have to have enough reading comprehension skills to understand the words, just the general words that I'm using. They would have to have adequate ability to concentrate, to sustain attention through the exam. And if I were using a multiple choice in-person paper and pencil test, I might use a Scantron answer sheet, and they would have to have the motor skills to record their answers that way. If a student does poorly on the exam, we can't be sure if it's due to a deficit in target skills or access skills. I don't ever want a student to be losing points on an exam because of a deficit in access skills. And that's why accommodations are so important. But if a student does poorly because of a deficit in target skills and they were still able to access the test is designed to detect their lack of target skills. That's why we have tests and why it's so important. So if we then try to apply this to something like the bar exam, I often look for documents that say whether or not there are certain skills that are key or important with regard to whatever the exam is designed to measure. And so the National Conference of Bar Examiners, you may know, recently commissioned another sort of practice survey, and I know California has its own. The reason why I'm highlighting this one is that extended time accommodations are, of course, very commonly requested. And during this particular practice review, they specifically looked at the ability to perform under time pressure. So in the NCB's job analysis, newly licensed lawyers were asked about whether or not they thought various skills were important, considering importance and frequency. How significant is X to your performance as a newly licensed lawyer? And you can see, just for what we're going to be looking at, 3 means quite significant, and a rating of 4 is extremely significant. So you can see some sample things from that survey that they asked about. So written communication skills, the average rating was 3.77. Working within established time constraints was 3.44. Newly licensed attorneys said that that was somewhere between quite significant and extremely significant. So it's obviously not up to me, let alone the practice survey individuals, to make this determination. But these are the sorts of data to consider when you're wondering whether or not there's some sort of danger in providing an accommodation that might actually change the task too much. Now, this would not mean that extended time is an inappropriate accommodation in all cases. It just means that it has the potential to change the task too much if you infer that based on a practice survey. So it always is going to be particular to your tasks and your setting, but it's something to consider, I think. And I hope it begins to get at the question that I know the board posed about whether or not speed is important. Ultimately, that's up to the individuals who are determining the competencies for a field or a profession, the content of the skills, but I think that's certainly relevant data to consider. So I should check, are there any questions about things so far?
Yes, doctor, I have a question.
Please, yeah.
Has there been any study on how if their first language isn't English and they have been diagnosed with a disability of some sort, in this case ADHD, does that have, and language is not really a disability or lack of, so what is your feeling on that?
It's a good question. I should say I don't have a lot of expertise in second language issues per se in accommodations. It is an important and a related area. Distinguishing between second language issues and disability effects on performance, I have some background in just from working as a psychologist, practicing this way and considering accommodations cases. It's something where I find the history to be very important, and we have to have a very, very detailed history of the person's performance. So, if someone, for instance, has immigrated to the United States at some point in their life, and they only began to acquire English skills after they came, then I want to know as much as possible about what their performance was like before they came in the first language. That would just be an example of one of the really relevant things from the history. So at times I have seen cases and folks have asked my opinion about things where there's not a very detailed history. And I find that to be very difficult then to make a decision about whether or not any effects are due to a language issue as opposed to a disability. If there are low scores on diagnostic tests of, say, reading comprehension, but the person only began to acquire English skills several years ago, then there's no way to disentangle that I have found without actually having a clear history and what performance was like beforehand. So that's the first thing that I would suggest paying attention to if you have that in the documentation.
Thank you. I appreciate your insight.
Absolutely. Let's see. I'll mention just the remaining questions that Phillips had posed. One that's really important is whether or not individuals who have disabilities are able to adapt to standard testing conditions. We really give accommodations, and accommodations are designed, I believe, to be used when someone simply cannot access something in the standard format. Accommodations are designed for need rather than for comfort. As we saw in the initial survey, many individuals with and without disabilities would prefer or feel that they might benefit from taking a test under different conditions. If you remove constraints, anyone may either be able to perform better or at least have a better time. Exams are not things that people generally look forward to, especially high stakes exams. And so it's entirely understandable that an individual would request an accommodation on that basis. And it's really hard, I think, for many folks to distinguish between need and comfort. Certainly our mental distress is something that seems like something that we need to address. And so my own colleagues have looked at this with regard to whether or not extended time is needed by individuals with learning disabilities versus ADHD. And you actually got to see some of the data in the differential boost studies that I presented earlier. So with students who have validated, accurately diagnosed learning disabilities, on average, there appears to be some need for additional time. At the higher levels of education and post-secondary students, it appears to be on average about 25% extended time, allows the individual to reach as far on the exam as a non-disabled individual does under standard time. So we do see some effect of that. With ADHD, we actually have failed to find any effects in terms of genuine need for additional time, even though students who have ADHD will report being slower readers, and as far as I can tell, very sincerely. But when we actually look at the performance data, we don't see that. And I'm certainly happy to direct folks to more detailed research studies if you're curious on that point. The decisions always should be made, obviously, at an individual level, but just considering it as a group, we should expect that most individuals who have a learning disability that is accurately diagnosed would need some degree of additional time, is what our data appears to show. Whereas individuals who have ADHD, on average, don't appear to need any to actually access the same amount of the exam. Another way of thinking about the difference between comfort and need is whether or not students can improve test-taking skills. This obviously wouldn't be a reason to deny accommodations, but I always recommend that testing entities work with the educational institutions that applicants are coming from to see what can be done to put things out there to help students be better able to adjust to exams in the first place. And so I just mentioned that here as something that you may wish to think about. A related area there is whether or not test anxiety is an appropriate basis for accommodations. And not just test anxiety per se, but anxiety that may be associated with a valid, well-diagnosed anxiety disorder. If someone is anxious during an exam, is that a proper basis for accommodations? So some of my work has been looking into that and reviewing the literature on that topic. And so I just want to take a bit of a diversion to discuss that. One way that we can look at whether or not test anxiety matters in terms of someone's performance and access is to do what we describe as a correlational study. The studies are very simple to do. They're a little hard to interpret, but they're simple to do. You give a bunch of people an exam and you see how they do on the exam. And ahead of time, you ask them to rate their anxiety at that moment on a scale, or you have them take a test anxiety rating form. And you correlate the performance on the test with how anxious someone reported feeling or how much test anxiety they reported having. And so the typical correlation that we find for folks who have some statistics background, it's -0.2, but just to show you, this is based on a meta-analysis, a literature review of over 200 studies that was just published a couple years ago. But you can see what a -0.2 correlation looks like on this scatter plot. So overall, we see a negative trend, a slight negative trend. In general, individuals who report having higher levels of test anxiety, on average, will do a little bit worse on exams. But you can also see the data are a bit all over the place. So we're going to find many individuals who have above average levels of test anxiety, and they also do well on the exam. And I think many of us can probably relate to that personally, having had at least an occasional experience of feeling some distress during an exam and nonetheless doing well. Other students will not feel much anxiety and they will nonetheless do quite poorly. So we're not going to find any strong relationship between anxiety and performance. Even if the relationship were a lot stronger, of course, that correlation would not mean that there's a cause-effect relationship. If a student has low levels of skills that are target skills, that may make them anxious and it would lead to poor test performance. But the anxiety would not be causing the low test performance. So the lack of a correlation should make us skeptical in the first place that anxiety would limit access or performance. High levels of anxiety are not inconsistent with high performance, but the correlational studies, we should admit, even if they showed a strong effect, would be more difficult to interpret. There's some more research on test anxiety that folks may be a bit interested in, so it can depend somewhat on what aspect of anxiety is measured. So some individuals report more what we would call cognitive symptoms, worries and things like that, whereas other individuals report more physiological symptoms, a racing heart, a churning stomach, those sorts of things. There seems to be a slightly stronger relationship for cognitive. symptoms, but even that is about -0.3. It's not a strong relationship. It's not something that really suggests if you have high levels of that, you wouldn't be able to perform well. It also may depend on when the anxiety is measured. There was a really interesting study I'll just mention. I haven't seen it replicated or tried out again, but this study actually gave people an anxiety questionnaire before and after taking the SAT and saw how anxiety correlated with SAT performance. In this study, anxiety was a better predictor of performance when it was measured after taking the exam than it was when it was measured before taking the exam. And so this would suggest that the causal effect is in the opposite direction. An individual does poorly on an exam, they know they've done poorly, they took the exam, they know that many of their answers were not correct, and then they feel the anxiety. And so this would again be evidence that would sort of undermine a claim that anxiety per se was enough to limit access or performance. As always, decisions are based on the individual's case and the evidence and documentation that they present. But this is what we should have as our sort of default expectations for these things. There also appears to be a relationship between a student's level of general cognitive resources, general ability, intelligence, and their affective test anxiety. There was one study, I won't just for time go into it in great detail, but it found that individuals who had higher levels of ability were less affected by test anxiety in terms of even the simple correlation with their performance. And so the individuals who seem to have a stronger correlation may also have skill deficits. And again, it's those skill deficits in terms of their knowledge of what's on the exam that may be more likely to be driving that relationship. And as I noted, any correlational study, even if it shows a strong relationship, would not show a cause-effect relationship. I should say this is something that's been recognized for a long time. John French, who was a researcher at ETS, had said long ago, evidence that anxiety is usually found to accompany low test scores proves nothing about the part that anxiety plays in bringing about the low scores. So individuals who have high levels of test anxiety should certainly be encouraged to work on that, to attend counseling, to use self-help procedures or other sorts of things. There's no reason to unnecessarily experience a lot of distress, but that distress would not necessarily suggest a lack of access. And again, in individual cases of anxiety disorders, I'm happy to talk more about how to sort of go through those, but this should again be our expectation. And then finally, Phillips's question, which I think will transition us nicely to talking about more practical nuts and bolts, is decision procedures. So as Phillips says, any decision about accommodations needs to be reliable, it needs to be replicable over time. When you're considering accommodation requests, if the same person came to you with the same documentation on 2 different days, or with a subset of different attendees, you would want the same decision to be made in terms of things. It should be reliable. It should also be valid in terms of being based on relevant criteria for documentation. And so that's something that I'm going to talk about more. Let's see. So I'll just note when we make decisions, the reliability and validity of accommodation decisions really starts with the reliability and validity of the diagnostic decisions. So if the diagnoses of, for instance, learning and attention problems are not being made accurately or not being made reliably, then any accommodations decision that flows from that also is going to lack reliability and validity. If we look at individuals who provide documentation from evaluators who recommend accommodations, are those recommendations generally reliable and valid? And so I just want to review a few studies that have looked at these questions. I myself have not conducted them, but I think they're very helpful for us to consider. So I'm skipping ahead a bit. So for instance, this is one study that was published just last year. These researchers at the University of Georgia were interested in ADHD evaluations at the post-secondary level. So really seeing whether or not ADHD was adequately documented in individuals who were requesting accommodations on that basis. So these authors looked at 100 ADHD evaluations where a positive diagnosis had been made by 100 psychologists. And so the DSM has 5 different areas of evidence that need to be present for ADHD to be validly diagnosed. There has to be an early onset of symptoms. There has to be current impairment in terms of someone's functional abilities. There have to be a certain level of current symptoms. The problems have to be across multiple settings. They can't just be in one environment. And there has to be some discussion or rule out of other conditions that could cause the symptoms. So these 5 different areas. And you can see here what proportion of the reports actually address them. So the vast majority of the reports did document high symptom levels, but you can see far lower numbers of the reports actually showed the other sorts of evidence, that there was early onset of the symptoms, that there was current impairment, functional impairment in terms of real world performance, that things were present in more than one setting, or that there had been other conditions that were ruled out, so that we knew that whatever symptoms were present were not due to anxiety or depression or something else like that. So this was a somewhat depressing study in terms of finding that a lot of the reports did not show all 5 criteria were met. It was very, very rare that even most of the 5 criteria were shown to be present, unfortunately. Let's see. Yeah, only one of the 100 evaluations actually documented all 5 of the DSM criteria, as you see here. Fewer than a third of the evaluators reviewed objective historical records of a person's performance, something like report cards during K-12 schooling or something like that. And it was also very rare that what we call symptom validity tests were used, which would be designed to detect any problems in terms of motivation or effort or honesty with regard to this. More of the evaluations, about a quarter, reported embedded validity indices from personality scales or other sorts of things, but it was very, very rare that evaluators gave a test specifically to examine whether or not the other evidence that had been obtained during the evaluation was honest and well-motivated and effortful. Let's see. I'll just, yeah, you can see here, nonetheless, the proportion of reports that recommended various accommodations. So about 3/4 recommended extended time on tests, over half recommended a quieter private room for testing, and this was in an educational setting, so note-taking services as well for students, despite, again, the fact that it was very rare that all 5 criteria were documented for ADHD. The evaluators nonetheless were recommending lots of accommodations. Another study that's relevant relates to learning disabilities. This study was published a few years ago in the Journal of Learning Disabilities. Robert Weiss, who's at Denison University in Ohio, and his students did the study looking at whether individuals with learning disability diagnoses at selective private colleges met what were, in a sense, ADA criteria in terms of whether or not they were substantially limited in various things. So 154 full-time students at a private residential liberal arts college, you can see here. The actual diagnostic term varied across things. Sometimes they were diagnosed with what the old DSMs had called learning disability not otherwise specified. Sometimes it was just a generic learning disability or learning disability by history because the person reported a prior diagnosis, or they had an official learning disability in reading, math, or writing. And then Weiss and his collaborators gave these individuals standardized diagnostic tests to see what their performance was like. So here you can see the M column stands for mean, that's the average in terms of performance on academic tests. And for all the rows in black here, 100 is exactly average. So these students who had learning disability diagnoses were very, very much in the average range. You can see things are always around 100. We would say generally like 90 to 109 is the average range. And all of the average scores here, all the mean scores were in the average range for reading, math, writing, and even fluency versions of those skills. This doesn't mean no one had the deficits, and we'll actually take a look at that, but it means that on average, the students were not showing deficits in academic skills, which are needed for an accurate, valid learning disability diagnosis. The Nelson-Denny is a little harder to interpret because of some features of the scoring. It's not scored on the same scale, but I just wanted to present that data. I'm happy to talk about it more if folks would like, but I just wanted for completeness to include it. It's a little harder to go through. They also looked at the individual's IQ scores. And so you can see we have scores that are, again, in the average range or above. So if 90 to 109, again, is average, we see scores that are in the average range or often above the average range in terms of these areas. What proportion of these students met diagnostic criteria for a learning disability? It did depend on what type of learning disability criteria you use. So some of them were diagnosed during an older version of the DSM that relied on a discrepancy between IQ and achievement. You can see here. And the full DSM-4 criteria had a little bit more requirements. And then the DSM-5 can be interpreted in either a strict or a lenient way. Regardless of how things were interpreted, there was no criterion where the majority of the students in the sample met it for having a learning disability in terms of meeting the criteria. even though these students all had some sort of diagnosis. So like the ADHD study, it suggested that learning disabilities are often not sufficiently documented in terms of the documentation that's being presented. And again, nonetheless, in these reports, lots of accommodations and even modifications were being recommended for these students. So again, extended time on tests was by far the most common one. The modifications are actually worth taking a look at, things like shortened assignments, curriculum waivers, alternate formats of an exam, getting to use notes and formulas during exams. These were all things that were recommended by at least some of the evaluators in the learning disability documentation, despite the fact that many of the students were not really meeting a valid learning disability criteria. And then just one more study, also by Weiss and a different set of his colleagues. It was published the prior year in the Journal of Learning Disabilities. Here, they were really interested in which accommodations were recommended and whether there was specific evidence that supported those accommodations. So here, these researchers inspected the learning disability documentation of over 300 students at a community college who were receiving accommodations. Let's see, of those students who were recommended to receive extended time on tests, actually fewer than half of them had scores on fluency or cognitive processing measures diagnostically that would suggest slow performance. And only about half, even at a community college, were meeting DSM-5 criteria for either a learning disability in reading or math or writing, depending on which one you looked at. Even for students who were recommended to have tests read aloud to them, only about half met the DSM-5 criteria for a learning disability in reading. So you can see here a little bit more data. In this sample, 90% of the students' documentation showed a recommendation for extended time, and things go down from there. So this led Weiss and his colleagues to conclude that often accommodations recommendations are not based on specific evidence diagnostically that supports them. And that's again something to keep in mind in terms of what the research literature is saying. Let's see. So I should check if there are any questions. I know I've been going quickly through a lot of this data.
Yeah, Dr. Lovett, this is Kareem again. And I've been following along, and I know this is more like a big picture view of how we're this topic is being presented. And part of me doesn't see any testing for like demographics and ethnicity, and inclusive of the conversation of diversity, inclusion, and equity. And so I guess part of my concern is that we do have a diversity issue with the state bar, and admitting people of color, and there's conversations about how we're moving towards a place of equity. But I guess in this space and kind of the research I've done, I've seen a certain type of population being more disproportionately impacted. And so I'm hopeful. I don't know if you will discuss this in your presentation or if you could provide your professional expertise about how this is disproportionately impacted certain communities.
Sure, you know, it's certainly a very important issue. And what's interesting is when we look at the literature on various demographic factors, in particular ethnicity and disability identification, we see mixed results. So what I mean by that is there's a large literature in the special education field suggesting that individuals who have ethnic minority backgrounds or identifications are actually more likely to be identified as having disabilities. And there is, of course, a sort of tradition that suggests that maybe because teachers and schools are trying to segregate individuals from minority backgrounds. So this would suggest that individuals who have an ethnic minority identity are actually more likely then to have a diagnosis or then be perhaps eligible for accommodations potentially. On the other hand, there's some research with ADHD, which is not as much a special education concern, that kids at least, African-American kids in particular, may be less likely to get a diagnosis there. It really depends on the factors that affect diagnoses and who tends to get identified. So I think it's very important certainly to pay attention to. You also linked it to the studies that were being presented. Those vary in terms of the students' backgrounds. So it really depended on the setting. So some of the research that we've done, for instance, on high schools was in settings where there was a high proportion of individuals who have ethnic minority backgrounds. Others were in districts where most or all of the students were white. So it really depends on the study. I've tried to represent fairly the literature in terms of being representative, But you're absolutely right to suggest that we should be considering whether or not data that's based on a particular sample would apply to individuals who have very different characteristics. So I hope that addresses some of what's been raised.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that maybe a follow-up could actually go into that, because the state bar is moving into a direction of addressing those issues of equity and kind of and from my experience, special education populations are a underrepresented community. And then you have the subgroups that are like the Black and Brown communities that are also impacted as well in that subgroup. So it's you're dealing with our most vulnerable populations. And so I guess from my perspective, I think there's additional information that we could probably dive into that can maybe give us some more clarity about how we could properly move forward and how we're strategically approaching a new way of service delivery as we're moving into a place of online delivery of our testing. I think all this is inclusive as to how the state bar administers. And so I'm thankful that you did provide that background. And I hope you could return to maybe provide a bit more clarity on that. But thank you. You did answer my question, and that was kind of where my my idea was stemming from.
Certainly. One thing I would add, if I may, is just that it's one of the reasons why I think we have to be very careful not to discount requests and applications from individuals who may not have an early formal diagnosis, because that's something that I think there's good reason to believe may depend on those sorts of opportunities and advantages that vary across demographic groups.
Dr. Vince Reyes again. I have a comment along with that. A lot of times in communities in general, but in my experience in particular with certain ethnic communities, there's a lot of stigma about getting tested, and sometimes disabilities and mental health issues, it becomes a fine line, and a lot of communities or just families within communities don't want those kinds of things revealed or just getting into it because of any stigma that might be attached to that. So I appreciate
a great connection, I think, to the history of a diagnosis. So that's why we really want to be as open as possible to individuals who may not have a history of a formal diagnosis that goes back a ways, but we still would expect to see a history of impairment, a history of functional impairment. But absolutely, those cultural factors may play a role, certainly in whether or not someone received an early diagnosis or even an evaluation, whether or not there was openness to getting an evaluation. So absolutely. Yeah.
Real quick, yes. My name's Michael. Thank you again for your presentation. It was wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I guess I'll send my question, a brief snippet, and then the question again. The brief snippet is because some, I guess, community members knows about my background, but the public doesn't. And this is a area that I'm really fascinated in. So I'll be real brief with my background information. But my main question will be about high school testing competition and how that should be relevant in terms of both college competitions and then grad competitions that lead to the bar exam competitions or higher exam testing licensing exams. The brief snippet about my background is that I was born with a severe disability that prevent me from speaking until the 3rd grade. Dyspraxia, if one of the most severe diagnoses of it. And then in addition to that, in high school, I was shot in the back of the head and left bleeding for about 10 minutes with cars driving by. It happened about 500 feet away from the high school. So I didn't get any testing done in high school. Of course, I had documentation and speech therapy and all that throughout when I was young. Just a relationship with Vince and the other comments about my parents didn't have the means, they were divorced. And in addition, after I was shot literally 500 feet from the high school, it had occurred in the early 2000s. And so the high school, they just brought me to see the school therapist for 10 minutes and then deemed me okay without any further investigation. I went to UC Berkeley, graduated summa cum laude, wrote my thesis on Russia's cyber attacks and cyber warfare and the legalities of it in 2009. And then when I actually applied to law schools, or when I applied for the LSAC exam, law school, the LSATs, the law school admissions test proctored by LSAC, that's another barrier in which they say because I didn't have those high school testing competitions, but I had the college testing competitions, they say because I didn't have the high school testing competitions, they'll be denying me any form of testing competitions. I won't get too much into that, but there's been lawsuits, and I was supposed to be the named plaintiff on one of the main lawsuits about it. Because of that, I was denied law school admissions for 3 years. All the law schools I applied to denied me continuously. Oh, sorry, that's my dog. They just say, I actually had 2 deans tell me because of my LSAT scores, which lacked the testing competitions, I will not be able to pass the bar exam. They actively told me that in person when I meet to explain my problems with getting actual testing competitions for LSAC. But of course, I got into ECO Fine School of Law on my third time of applying and did exceptionally well. And now I am part of this committee. So that's the whole thing in which, based on my experience, it really stemmed from the high school experience and the how the other individuals like Vince brought up in terms of not being able to, there's certain economic and stigma and cultural problems in terms of having that criteria. I was just curious about how important it is to have high school, or can it be evaluated quite well in the college? And I guess the more we see it after college and grad school as well, such as in the law school environment.
Absolutely. First, thanks very much for the background. And, I'm very sorry to hear about what it sounds like was a difficult situation compounded by discrimination and, inappropriate responses to it. It started with the high school's response. It helps me to better understand certainly what's going on in terms of a particular case. I obviously can't speak to individual decisions that were made of accommodations, but to answer your question about a lack of accommodations at the high school level, to me, that would never disqualify the possibility that someone would be disabled in any case. From what you described from your own history, you had what was a late onset condition. So,
I was diagnosed at the age of 4.
Right, but in terms of the shot, in terms of the brain injury.
I had an additional. Yes.
Right, exactly. So obviously someone's functional impairments are going to change over time based on events like that. And so the idea of requiring as a sort of, if you don't have this background, then you cannot get accommodations wouldn't make sense to me. Because, anytime that another event happens, that may change someone's levels of functional skills and accommodation needs. So to me, it would be inappropriate to rule out the possibility of accommodations just because there was not accommodations at some earlier point.
Hey, Dr. Lovett, this is Robert Brody. I'm the CBE chair. We're all in rapt attention to your presentation, which is awesome. Unfortunately, we have a number of things that we must complete before the lunch break. I believe you're going to be speaking again to us in closed session on some more specifics, but I'm going to ask maybe in the next minute or two, if you could just wrap up your open session presentation for us. Clearly we'd like to have another meeting with you, and maybe we can do that sometime. But let's. I don't want to crowd out my other agenda presenter.
No, I certainly understand, and I appreciate the time that was allotted. I should check. My understanding was that the closed session would be immediately after the open session.
Well, I think what we're going to do is not do it that way, if that's okay with you. Because I want to, rather than make the 35 people on this call jump in and out, we're just going to complete our open session items, I think.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just don't know what time to expect then to return, but that's up to you.
We'll figure that out on the lunch break.
Okay, I may be available, and I'm happy certainly to follow up in some other way if I'm at that moment.
Correct. Yeah.
So I very much again appreciate that, and I'm happy to just see while I'm here if there are other questions. I mean, again, I had more slides that are available by handout, so those are things that you can certainly see to get some more data on the actual studies that were presented. But to me, the reason why I covered these final few studies along with Phillips's fifth question is that we really want to be thinking about the decision process, which I know is very much on all of your minds as you work through your own cases. So yeah, happy to take other questions, but it sounds like I know there are a lot of other things on the agenda, so I very much appreciate your time today, and certainly have a good rest of your meeting.
All right, Lisa, maybe you can chat with Dr. Lovett to see if he's going to be available at a later time so that we can continue with our open session.
Yeah, what I can do is I can, I'll do that as well as I can send Dr. Lovett an email as to when to expect to come back for closed, if that works for you, Dr. Lovett. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't, I'm sorry, you know, we never really know. We have to play some of this by ear, but
I certainly understand.
Inconvenience you.
No, certainly. No, I appreciate it. And perhaps I'll see you later.
Thank you very much. You know, these issues are on the minds, you know, of our applicants and of course, staff and the Committee of Bar Examiners. So thank you for a very enlightening window into that process.
No, I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later.
And how about a window into the cost analysis, Tammy? Because I think that we're all anxious to hear from you and Alex Chan, but first you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's doing well. For the February 2020 bar exam cost analysis, you'll see in the agenda item that the cost for administering the exam in February 2020 was $1,475,000 for 4,622 applicants. Compared to the 2019 February exam, that was $1,468,000 for 5,181 applicants. So as you'll see, there was a decrease in the number of applicants that we accommodated on site at the bar exam this year. Approximately 77.9% of the facility capacity was utilized during that exam, compared to February 19, where we did use 85% of the facility capacity, which would make sense with the lower numbers that we are seeing between the two exams. The February 2020 exam, the costs are aligning historically, with 81% of our total costs are comprised of the facility rental, the electrical, and proctors that we use for the exam. And the cost per applicant for the 2020 exam was $146 per applicant for the standard test center, compared to $126 in February of 2019. And the cost for the testing accommodations per applicant was $2,430 per applicant, compared to $2,428 for February of 19. We did see a 3.1% decrease in the number of testing accommodation applicants, which would kind of show why our number per applicant did not change between 2019 and 2020. We actually accommodated 342 applicants for February of 2020, compared to 353 for 2019. And to provide an overall cost of what we spend per applicant to administer this just on site, it was a total of $319 per applicant for February 2020, compared to $283 in 2019. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Tammy, you know, there's been some public comment that I've reviewed, and can you ballpark, how would you compare the traditional administration of the exam to your estimated cost for a remote administration of the exam, cost-wise?
Well, there are a lot of variables with putting the exam on in person that are not something, of course, that we're going to do with an online exam. Obviously, there's going to be the facilities that if we don't have facilities, we're not going to be paying for those. If there's no proctors, then that makes a big difference, which of course is how it would be with anybody who's going to do it online. And then there's just a lot of other things such as audiovisual and other costs that we have with administering it online that will not be utilized, in person, that we will not utilize online. So there is going to be a difference in what we are spending for an in-person versus an online exam.
So you are expecting the costs of administering the exam online to be significantly less?
Well, at this point, not knowing where we are going with this, we are still preparing for an in-person exam. So once we know where we're headed, will we be able to determine whether or not the costs are going to be lower because it will be online 100% or not. So at this point, yes, the potential is there that we will see a decrease in costs, but until we have a final determination, will we really know what that will be?
But I guess what I don't know is, isn't there an increased per seat cost with the online administration of the exam that you don't have now?
Well, it being that we are bringing in the remote proctoring, which is a separate program from the exemplified license fee, yes, there will be an additional cost component to put it online with regards to that fee. However, it's comparing kind of apples and oranges from an on-site to an online on how those costs will balance out. And we still will have to provide some accommodation for the applicants who are not going to have the ability to test in person.
Right, but I guess my question is, the online per seat cost for a non-accommodated applicant is going to be significantly less than administering that same exam in person. Is that your estimate?
Yes, that would be my estimate at this point.
But can I also point something out? It's hard to really gauge the overall cost at the moment, because I just want to remind everybody that we are currently scheduled to and working at conducting and planning for a September 9th and 10th exam, which means that we have been procuring facilities with those exam dates in mind, while simultaneously trying to obtain October 5th and 6th dates. So we don't know if the contracts that we've entered into we're going to be committed to, or at least losing a deposit fee or whatever the case is. So in the long run, there might be a cost savings when it comes to the bar exam, but in this next iteration of the exam, that's very hard to gauge because we are straddling between two dates at the moment with two separate ongoing costs. And we don't know how flexible the facilities will be to let us out of the contract on either of those two dates, the September 9th set or the October 5th date. So it's really hard. And also we don't differentiate costs like, between a standard applicant versus a testing accommodation applicant. As you noted in Tammy's presentation today, there's a big cost differential, but to us, it's one overall cost. And so, I just want to point that out, that it's really hard at this point to gauge a cost savings, if any, but it's true that when we first started talking about remote proctoring, that we did anticipate a cost savings in the long run, but we know that there's always a setup cost that's associated with any new initiatives.
And also, if I may, as Tammy was starting to mention, there will need to be some number of facilities, and we would need to figure out how many of those facilities we would need to contract with to be able to provide a space for those individuals who have testing accommodations that don't lend themselves to remote proctoring, or who have some other to be determined issues that would make it impossible for them to to take the exam remotely. So we don't know how many facilities that would be, what that would look like. We would obviously need in-person proctors for those individuals. So the costs really are pretty difficult to narrow in on just right now.
I have a question. This is Patricia Villalobos. The upcoming exam that is going to be done online, is there a cost per test taker that you have now?
No, we do not have anything prepared at this time for what it will cost for the exam that's coming up next week. That is something that will be prepared after the exam has happened and we've had the ability to look at everything.
Okay, so once you get that amount or those, you know, the cost of that, I guess we will be able to tell what the cost for the bar exam online will be. Is that a fair assumption?
So for the first year, you know, we'll do a cost analysis for that and provide it to the CBA in the normal aspects that we normally do. But I don't know that looking at the cost analysis for the first year is going to be able to correlate to how it will pan out for the bar exam, because they are two different exams and there's a little bit more complexity to the bar exam, I think, and also just a larger volume of people. So I don't know that I would say right now that it's going to be comparable to how we would see the cost for the first year.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But however, I do want to note one thing though. If embedded in that question is whether we're going to come back to this group with a cost analysis post-exam of how much the costs were, we're still planning on doing that. And so I just want to make sure that everybody's clear. We will be reporting back as we do now on in the cost analysis as to what how much that costs in the breakdown as reflected in the report today.
And Tammy, this is Robert. Robbie, following up on what Patricia said, and I guess I'm still not clear. Is there a per seat cost from the vendor per sitting applicant, accommodated or not? Anyone who is using the second layer of software to have the test administered, is there a per seat cost?
Yes, there is a per applicant cost. There is a cost for the licensee for Exemplify. And then if they're using it online, there is the cost for the exam ID and monitoring, which is per applicant. But if I remember correctly, it is based on number of hours. So even though it's a per applicant cost, I think it only covers up to a certain amount of hours. And then beyond that, there would be an additional cost that might be prorated, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and look at all those details.
Okay, but you'll be able to compare easily these costs to the last first year exam that we administered.
I'll be able to compare them to the last exam?
Right. It was the same, roughly the same number of test takers.
I mean, yeah, I'll be able to compare and look and see how everything, you know, totals up together in costs.
Right. Okay. I think that's going to be very interesting. You already know what the last first year exam cost. That you know because that was a long time ago. So, and soon you're going to know what this exam cost. And you're probably going to know that in 2 weeks. So that's going to be interesting to compare. Tammy, did you have space reserved that you canceled for the first year exam, or you didn't have that problem for the exam that's next Tuesday?
We did have space that is reserved, and some of it we had not finalized a contract. So fortunately, I held off on that so that we weren't locked in until we knew what we were doing. But for some that were already locked in, I am currently trying to renegotiate those contracts with the vendors to try to see what we can do to push them off to a future exam date. Of course, everything is kind of up in the air because we don't know what our future holds at this point with the virus.
But But aside from those, which I think you're still working on, as Patricia said, we'll be able to know really soon the difference in cost between an in-person first-year bar exam and an online first-year bar exam. Really soon.
Potentially, yes. We will be able to have some kind of initial understanding of what we've spent. However, when it comes to getting invoices from our vendor for ExamSoft, you know, it's a matter of getting those invoices from them before we can actually say what our total is for what we spent with that. So it'll be an ongoing thing until we've got all aspects combined and able to say, here's what we spent.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask when you come back to us with the numbers for this February exam that's for the exam that's next Tuesday, that you bring with you the numbers from the last time we administered the first year bar exam. That's going to be really helpful and interesting.
Yeah, I don't see that to be a problem. I can pull the cost analysis from June 2019 and show that as to compare with it.
Right, thanks. Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
And Alex Chan, I know you've got something to say about your goals.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been
Mr.
waiting for a long time.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can we take a motion for 0300 first, the cost analysis?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So we need to have a motion to approve the cost analysis that is in 0300 and that Tammy just shared with us. Is there a motion to approve that?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who made that motion?
Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Who?
Alex Chan.
Alex Chan
Mr.
just
Chan
made
made the motion and seconded.
I'll second.
Second by,
Vince.
oh, Mr. Reyes. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear who it was. All right, seconded by Mr. Reyes. Okay, Ms. Wong, I'm sorry if you wouldn't mind going through the roles for us.
Sure. Dr. Agate,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan, Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Pick,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Torrealba,
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Alex Chan, whew.
Next item on the agenda is 0300-301, excuse me. This is for the approval of 2019-2020 operations and management goals. Pretty self-explanatory. Let me know if any members have any questions about the goals.
Okay.
Well, hearing none, so I guess the motion pending is for the approval of the examination goals for the year 2019 to 20.
So moved.
And that motion was
Any
made
second?
by Mr. Kramer. And
No.
seconded. I'm sorry, did you make that motion, Mr. Kramer?
Nope.
Oh,
No, I
I'm
made a motion.
can you say your name, please, when you do
This is
that?
Vince. I made.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reyes, there's so many people that you're on the second page, so I don't see
okay.
you on page one. Is there a second?
I'll second Kramer.
Okay, that's fine, yes. I knew I would get
Any-
Kramer involved somehow.
Any discussion?
Seconded by Mr. Kramer, that this is Mr. Kent, this is the motion to approve the goals for O&M, and Ms. Wong, if you would take a roll there.
Dr. Agata,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Pig,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Toriyaba, Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, CBE members. So our Ed Standards presentations are next. Let's just see how much we can get through, if everybody doesn't mind, if we just plug ahead. We have an awesome, I hope it's awesome, presentation at 1 o'clock in open session from the Lawyer Assistance Program, and I'm really anxious to hear about that. I think all of us are. Can we plug along? You can just, everybody just say yay or nay if you don't mind, if we keep going.
Yay.
Okay.
Sure.
A yay from Alex
Yay.
Lawrence is a yay for America. So let's keep going then.
Are you suggesting we're going to skip lunch?
No.
No,
No.
no, your lunch is being delivered, Mr. Efting. There might be a knock at the door right now, and it's me with your lunch.
I mean,
No,
we are. We can.
No, we'll take a break. We'll take a lunch break, I guess around 12:30, if that's okay, from 12:30 to 1. Would that be okay?
Good.
That's fine,
Okay.
just as long as we know. We'll take a half an hour lunch between 12:30 and 1.
Yeah, if that's okay with everybody.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So meanwhile, I
Robbie?
want to turn the floor over to Natalie and Alex. Thank you guys for item 0400.
Sure. Amy, did you want to say something?
Yes, I'm so sorry. You know, we were originally scheduled to go into closed session after Mr. Lovett's presentation. He's in the East Coast. I just want to give him a set time. So can I just do this? So right now we've designated from 12:30 to 1, we're going to have lunch. We come back, Lap's doing a presentation at 1. And I think we need 45 minutes for that. Are you comfortable, Robbie and committee, alerting Mr. Lovett or Dr. Lovett that perhaps 2 p.m. Our time would be appropriate for him to return in closed session?
Yes, I suppose so.
Okay. Thank you. Just checking on that.
I just, you know what? I really don't like jumping back and forth. It's just inconvenient for all of us and for, you know, we've got 60 members of the public. Let's complete our open session.
Well, I guess I just need a time because
Yeah.
this is not originally
Okay.
what we had, designed the meeting as. And so,
Yeah, I mean that, you know, that will be, you know, you can say 2:30, which is, that's 5:30 his time. If he can't do it, then we'll do that closed session portion another time.
all right. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Now back to the stars.
Yeah, we're all stars on this planet. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to begin with open session agenda item 0400, action on implementation of directive from the Supreme Court regarding the first year law students examination. Just some background in response to the circumstances surrounding COVID-19. The California Supreme Court has directed the State Bar to administer the June 2020 first year law school exam online and to make rule and guideline changes allowing law students for whom the June 2020 exam is one of the first 3 administrations after becoming eligible to take the examination up to 4 administrations to pass the examination and claim credit for all law study to date.
it is recommended that the Committee of Bar Examiners adopt the guideline changes set forth in Attachment A, and recommend for adoption to the Board of Trustees the change to admissions Rule 4.31, also set forth in Attachment A. The changes will not become effective until the Board of Trustees adoption of the change to admissions Rule 4.31 and the legislature's adoption of parallel amendments to the State Bar Act. For those of you who do remember, on April 27th, 2020, this year, due to the coronavirus pandemic, the California Supreme Court directed the State Bar to administer the June 2020 exam online. The Supreme Court further directed the State Bar to implement rule and guideline changes allowing law school students for whom the June 2020 exam is one of the first 3 administrations of becoming eligible to have up to 4 administrations after becoming eligible to pass the examination and claim credit for all law study taken up to that point. The State Bar Act, as well as the admissions rules and guidelines, currently allow for only 3 attempts to pass the exam and claim credit for all law study. To implement the Supreme Court's directive, amendments are needed to the applicable statute, rule, and guidelines. Amendments to California Business and Professions Code Section 6060 are intended to be included in AB 3362, the State Bar's annual licensing fee bill. If approved, these changes would be effective January 1st, 2021. Although the rules and guidelines changes may not become operative in anticipation of the statutory change, staff believes it is important to begin the rule and guideline change process so that law students will be aware that the change is forthcoming, and students will not be deterred from proceeding with their law school studies if they are not successful on the June 2020 exam. These changes would not be required to go out for public comment if they are merely implementing the change necessary to be consistent with the amended language in California Business and Professions Code Section 6060. With that, I'll invite Ms. Leonard if she has any additional information she would like to add.
Thank you, Alex, for that excellent summary. I don't have anything to add except to the extent that people have any questions about how that exam is used. Just briefly, for most students, they complete their first year of law school. They take the exam at the end of that period, and if they're not successful in passing at that moment, some actually stop until they pass the exam. Others continue their law study, planning to pass within those 3 administrations. And so this allowance is for those students who do decide to continue, not all students, and they'll have up to 4 opportunities. If there are any other detailed questions, I'd be happy to address them.
So we'd like to open up for any discussion before we vote on the recommendation.
Okay. So let's see, do we have a motion to what are we motioning?
So,
implementing the guidance from the court?
So it is actually a motion. It's attached as attachment A, and there are proposed amendments to the accredited and unaccredited guidelines, as well as a proposed amendment to the admissions rule 4.31 that will be forwarded to the Board of Trustees. And it would be also helpful to know that this was discussed in CS Bars yesterday, and it was appreciated, and the CS Bars passed a resolution in support of this as well. So attachment A would have all of the details.
Okay, so the motion would be to adopt the proposed rule and guideline changes related to the June 2020 first year law students examination. Will anyone make that motion?
This is Bethany. I'll make the motion.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Peak. Any second?
Angeli seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Agatep, seconded by Dr. Agatep. All right, Ms. Wong, can you go through our roll, please?
Sure. Dr. Agatep?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen? Alex Chen,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said yes. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Peak,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Judge Toriaba,
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. On we go to item 0401.
Great. Open session agenda item 0401. Action on extension of temporary waiver for fixed facility schools to teach classes online due to the COVID-19 crisis. So there were a number of announcements by different institutions and organizations. Effective March 20th, the governor of the state of California issued a stay-at-home order to residents of California. Schools around the state at all levels switched their classroom teaching to online instruction on short notice, as many and everybody, I'm sure, is aware. Typically, in order to make such a change for any of the fixed facility schools, unaccredited schools would follow the major change process and notify the committee and obtain its approval before making the change and explain in detail the effect the change might have on the law school's compliance with the rules. Accredited law schools may already offer up to 12 credits of distance learning as part of the JD degree. However, to offer additional credits online, accredited law schools would similarly be required to use the major change process to seek advanced permission according to the committee guidance adopted in June 2019. At the April committee meeting, it was indicated that the committee would continue to be apprised of the situation in case additional waivers were needed. Circumstances suggested that an extension of the waiver should be considered for the upcoming academic year. As I mentioned, a number of institutions and organizations made announcements. The Center for Disease Control's guidance for colleges, universities, and higher learning was updated recently to provide institutions of higher learning with guidelines to be used in consultation with the local community. In February, the American Bar Association issued a guidance memorandum permitting ABA-approved law schools to deliver their classes online on an emergency basis for the spring 2020 semester. On May 15th, the Council in the section of Legal Education approved a rule change confirming that the Council is authorized to adopt emergency policies and procedures in response to extraordinary circumstances. The California public school system are preparing for a mix of largely hybrid and online classes in the fall. The University of California announced that most, if not all, of their campuses will operate in some kind of hybrid mode. The California State University system announced that their schools will hold most fall classrooms online and leave classrooms closed. Speaking at our May meeting of the speaking at the May meeting of all the California Community Colleges Board of Governors meeting, the Chancellor indicated that as the organization transitions to the fall, many of our colleges have already announced that they're going fully online. And then a number of other officials have come out and talked about what they expect the upcoming instruction experience to look like and how they're responding to that. Both accredited and uncredited law schools in particular have contacted the State Bar or provided public comment to the committee seeking permission for fixed facility schools to continue to teach online for the upcoming academic school year. And just as a reminder, when the committee considers a waiver, a school must clearly show that the law school otherwise complies with the applicable rules. At the March 30th, 2020 committee meeting, it was determined that this change was not expected to otherwise affect schools' compliance Since that time, the fixed facility schools have self-reported to the State Bar information regarding their transitions to online programs and communications to students regarding their programs. No schools have self-identified any issues, and no student complaints have been received regarding the transitions. Last comment that I'll make is that schools have self-reported consistent attendance and technical stability for their online classes. Ms. Leonard, is there any other additional information that you want to provide?
Thank you, Alex. Just a couple of quick questions and a couple of reminders about how the registered and accredited schools may be different than the other California larger universities. Here, many of these schools are small by design, and that keeps them affordable. So the reason to think about a full year waiver rather than a semester when they don't know what will happen in the spring in the health circumstance or what the committee may do is that due to their small size, physical distancing is not possible due to the limits of their current capacity. So they would need to be looking for additional space if they didn't know what would happen come January. Similarly, they don't have the flexibility of time of most schools because of California universities because their students are night students. Further, their students are typically under more juggling challenges at this time because they are mid-career professionals who may have caregiving responsibilities to elders or parenting responsibilities as well. So for them, knowing I can make this commitment and I can commit to the committee's guideline of 80% attendance this year may hinge on them knowing that they can attend remotely if they need to do so. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. I know that you received significant public comment at this meeting as well from many of the schools supporting the full year waiver if the committee should so decide. Thank you.
And one other thing before I open it up to discussion, and there is a proposed motion. I also mentioned that the committee may wish to issue an updated guidance memorandum to all law schools regarding this waiver.
Okay, any comment? Thank you very much, you guys. I think we were all got lots of public comment on this. We are ready for this motion. Any comment? Otherwise, I'm going to read the very wordy motion. This has got really Alex Lawrence. Whew, I mean, it's a mouthful. So the motion is that the accredited and unaccredited law schools in California may teach JD classes via online delivery through August 31st, 2021, choosing synchronous operations when possible due to the health circumstances facing the state. Unaccredited law schools must continue to meet the requirements set forth in California Business and Profession Code Section 6060E. Law schools should provide written notice to the State Bar on a quarterly basis by August 15th, 2020, November 15th, 2020, February 15th, 2021, and May 15th, 2021 to advise of any changes made or continued pursuant to this waiver. The attached guidance memorandum should be distributed to all accredited and unaccredited law schools to inform them of their rights and responsibilities under this waiver. And Alex, is that what you meant when you said that this memorandum should be distributed? Is that what you meant by giving the law schools notice, or were you talking about even more than that?
Yes. So, I think just to make all the schools aware, providing updated information, I think is always a good thing in case it may have been neglected or missed in the past.
So to be consistent with the action last time, there was an attachment A guidance. There's a proposed updated attachment A that the schools can have to rely upon, and also to know their responsibilities if they take action pursuant to this waiver. And so that's there for the committee to see as attachment A.
Okay. All right. So that is the motion.
Mr. Chair, it's Kareem.
Yes. Yes.
Do we have, I've noticed that we've been doing presentations from staff. Do we have any public comment on these items, or are we not accepting public comment?
No, the public comment session has passed.
Even on the items individually, like.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Right. The members of the public are provided with the agenda just like we are, and they are welcome to comment on any items that are going to be discussed at the meeting during public comment. That's it. That portion of this meeting's passed.
Traditionally, in an in-person setting, we would have comment per item. So I'm just, I guess we're not following that protocol because of the condition we're in, but I was just seeing if there was any public comment.
Yeah, my direction from council is to conduct the meetings this way.
Yes. So because of the way that Zoom works and trying to facilitate public comment using the webinar platform, it's much easier when we start public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, take public comment on any item on the open or closed session agenda, or actually any item, you know, of any type that a public member attending wants to bring up, and then just go through the agenda items. Because if we try to do public comment after every single agenda item in the Zoom format, we're going to get pretty quickly bogged down by that.
So that's a practical requirement rather than a legal requirement or a practical recommendation.
Right, and we can take the public comment all up front if we want to under Bagley-Keene, so that's not an issue, as long as we provide the public an opportunity to comment on every item. So here they've already had the opportunity to do so. You know, the chair can always, in his discretion, decide to take additional public comment if he wants to, but you know, I think Robbie's correct that the agenda is a full one, and you know, the public comment period has already been opened and closed. So, you know, if you're not inclined to open it back up, that's fine.
Okay, and for what it's worth, I'm on 2 other boards unrelated to the bar, one of which I chair, and we do it exactly this way. The meetings are by Zoom or a WebEx, another program, and we take all the public comment at the beginning of the meeting. So did you have your own comment about this motion, Mr. Gongora?
No, I was going to move to approve, but I was just wondering that we didn't have that process, and I'm on another board and we allow comments. So I was just trying to ask for clarity, not to kind of stifle the process, but if we're ready to move forward a motion, I'm okay with making that.
Okay, so the motion is made to approve the staff recommendation. Any second there?
Second, Dolores.
Second by Ms. Heisinger, thank you. All right, Ms. Wong, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Dr. Agate?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen? Alex Shen?
Gotta unmute.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Mr. Efting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora?
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Iseri?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Ms. Pick?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Judge Toriyaba had to leave, so
Actually, this is my last vote, so.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, and thank you, everyone. I apologize, I have to leave.
Thank you for giving us the time this morning. See you next time.
Ms. Villalobos?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, if you don't mind moving forward to item 0402, this is notice of termination of accreditation for Pacific Coast University School of Law. Mr. Lawrence?
Great, thank you. So on April 24th, Committee of Bar Examiners voted to issue a notice of intent to terminate accreditation to Pacific Coast University School of Law. After that meeting, the school requested a hearing pursuant to Rule 4.173. The hearing was conducted in open session on May 29th by a panel of 3 members of the committee. And just for some background, Pacific Coast University School of Law has not been in compliance since the NPR requirement was first implemented in 2015. In 2015, the school's NPR was 28.2%. In 2016 and 2017, the requirement was suspended, but the school was advised that the requirement would be reinstated, and the school should take note because the State Bar internal estimates suggested that the school's NPR remained below 40%. In 2018, the school's NPR was 26.4%. In 2019, it was 26.6%. The committee considered the full recording of its meetings in January and April 2020, including further verbal public comment received in January and written public comment received from January through April, and voted to issue a notice of intent to terminate the accreditation of the school based on the school's long-term sustained significant non-compliance and projected future non-compliance. After a notice is issued, the following process is used. Prior to the committee taking action, the school may request a hearing before a panel of 3 committee members. Then, following the hearing, the committee will determine whether the accredited law school is in compliance with these rules. Its decision will be based on the entire recording, including materials presented at the hearing. The committee may take any action affecting the law school's accreditation that it considers appropriate, including determination of accreditation. When the committee finds non-compliance, termination of accreditation is generally appropriate. And should the committee plan to proceed with its previously expressed intent to terminate the school's accreditation, the committee will terminate accreditation on a specific date, at which time it will also terminate a law school's degree granting authority. That's Rule 4.176. The rule further provides that until that date, students attending the law school are deemed enrolled at an accredited law school. So just again to back up, in May, PCU exercised its right to request a hearing before a 3-member panel of committee members. The State Bar held the hearing on May 29th via Zoom. The committee members included myself, Alex Chan, and Paul Kramer. A transcript of the hearing is included in Attachment A. The hearing was open to the public and approximately 24 members attended. The committee allotted 3 hours for the school's presentation in order to assure a full and fair opportunity to make its presentation to the panel. The school was easily able to complete its presentation in the allotted time. The school also distributed a packet of exhibits to the panel prior to the hearing that were reviewed by the panel members, and that's included in Attachment B. And at the hearing, the school conceded that the school has been out of compliance was out of compliance during the most recent reporting cycle, previewed that its 2020 NPR would be at or around 28.2%, and projected that school would be out of compliance until the 2022 or 2023 NPR reporting cycle. The school also announced a number of program changes introduced since the committee last met in April. Those changes included the appointment of a new law school dean, Miguel Valente, who will be hiring a number of new staff members. Dean Valente was on the call. He has experience as a law professor and film professor, and he has started or refreshed the number of academic programs over the years. At the hearing, Dean Valente acknowledged the school's history of non-compliance since 2015. Dean Valente projected that the school's 2021 NPR would also be non-compliant. The school's projection that its NPR will rise to 37% in 2021 assumes that 17 of the school's graduates will need to pass one of the next 2 bar exams. State Bar internal documents or internal data show that this has not happened at the school since the NPR was first reported in 2015. In lieu of termination of accreditation, the dean asked the committee to impose a probationary period through the spring of 2021, despite the expectation that the school would still be out of compliance at the end of such probationary period. After the hearing concluded, a transcript was prepared that you have access to, and staff spoke with the panel members individually, incorporating their input individually when preparing this memorandum and recommending termination of accreditation. If the committee decides to act on its previously expressed intent to terminate accreditation and granting authority, PCU may apply to register as an unaccredited law school and operate subject to those rules. The rules for unaccredited law schools do not include an NPR requirement. If the school demonstrates compliance with the unaccredited law school rules and guidelines and earns registration from the committee at a future meeting, the school will then be able to operate as an unaccredited law school so long as it means that compliance. Prior to its accreditation, the school operated as a registered unaccredited law school for many years. Ms. Leonard, do you have any additional details you want to provide before we have a discussion?
Natalie, you're on
Natalie,
mute.
you're muted.
Sorry about that. Alex, thank you for that excellent background, and thank you to the panel for the significant time in preparation, participation, and follow-up in putting together this material. I'm happy to answer any further questions or provide any further specific data or past scores that people may want to know about. At one point, you did discuss that the projection for next year provided by the school suggests that 17 students would need to pass one of the next 2 bar exams. It may be helpful for the committee to know that if we were to look at the most recent set of 2 bar exams for the school, there were 5 passers at that time. So that would be a significant increase to go from 5 passers to 17. Thank you.
Okay, any members wish to comment?
I just have one quick comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Heisinger.
I think, Alex, you answered one question that I had in my mind, and that is that the committee of 3 concurred with this recommendation. And the reason I had a question was I believe the language in the document we received said that that this was a staff recommendation. So that's why I wasn't sure if that was included the committee or just staff or what, but you answered my question. So I'm assuming that all 3 committee members were in concurrence with this recommendation.
Alex, might I clarify?
Go ahead, Natalie.
Sure. So for Bagley-Keene purposes, the 3-member panel was not allowed to participate together to deliberate outside of the public. That was brought back here. And so as a result, I, as a staff member, conferred with each individually. I did receive the feedback from each that they conferred, and then that was left here to confirm with Alex in the presence of Alex and Paul. So that's why the item is written that way. I did take into account all feedback, but it was important for those members to be here to confirm that same understanding as what I believed I received in talking to them and preparing this memo.
But we did not
Natalie,
actually deliberate. We simply, and I'll report my conclusion, I support the recommendation, but the 3 of us did not get together to decide anything. We want to be clear about that, right, Ken?
Yes, exactly, Paul. I was just going to chime in. Natalie, I think you may have misspoke one word there. I think you said that staff checked with the 3 members and that I believe you said they conferred. And I just want to be clear, you meant to say confirmed or concurred, correct?
I meant to say concurred.
Okay.
But not
Thank
by
you.
speaking with each other. I found each of their individual sets of feedback to suggest that they have the same point of view.
And the Bagley-Keene requirement is because it's 3 people on the panel?
It's actually the rule. the rule doesn't really require the people who are conducting the hearing to make any decision or recommendation. It's really another weird state bar rule, and I could probably make a long list if you wanted, but you have to wonder if you're ever called to do one of these, why you're there, because all you do is listen, and then you come to the meeting, and this whole group is deciding technically in the first instance.
Well, okay, and so it's different in the moral character administrative reviews. The committee members do deliberate and discuss before making a recommendation. So, okay.
Yeah,
so
it is different. Yeah.
That's correct, it's different.
Right, and here that responsibility is moved back to this forum, and so any joint discussion would take place here.
All right. Any other comments about this motion? Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
I have
Oh, go ahead.
also.
I'm sorry, who was that, Mr. Kramer?
No.
It looks like Larry or Kareem.
Yeah, I had a question, but
Go ahead, Mr. Kramer.
No, Mr. Kaplan.
I mean,
Kaplan.
go ahead, Mr. Kaplan. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan.
just wondering, was there any, I don't know if I want to use the word dissent, but any second thoughts or reservations or whatever about making this recommendation? Any mitigating issues that just came up and were discussed? I understand, at the end of the day, yes, the decision is made to terminate, but I'm just wondering if there were any interim conversations about it, nuances, whatever.
Not from me. This is Paul. But the school did offer an observation. Hold on, my computer wants to go to sleep. How can that be? Anyway, the school did offer that back in the early parts of the reporting window, they increased their class sizes significantly under a prior dean, and they perhaps lowered their standards, and so that they consider that to be an aberration that is working its way out of their system, but not in time. But they're not right close to 40%. If I'm not going to pretend to say what my standard would be, but somebody who is much closer to 40%, there might be an argument for probation to give them time to bring it back, but I don't think they can do it in this case, and because they are much further away from the standard than some others.
In response to that comment, it may be helpful to know that after the meeting, because that was brought up several times, we ran some internal numbers to see what the NPR would be if those two classes were removed. They won't be removed until the 2023 reporting period, and they will continue to be part of the calculation. But if they had been, the NPR, which now stands at 28.2, would be about 34.5. So without those classes, it would still be well under the 40%.
This is Pat. I have a question for Natalie. You said that, you mentioned that they had 5 students that had passed the bar recently?
Over the prior to July and February administrations.
Okay, how many test takers were there from their school?
That's a number that I could probably check for you, but I can tell you that it would be a low percentage of the total takers.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, Kareem has a comment.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Gongora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Natalie. I did read the transcript, and I just want to thank the panelists for their very intentional questioning and looking for different types of information. Part of my concern is that per the calculations, and they've now have had another change in administration. I think that we do have to move in a direction where we're terminating the accreditation and giving them time to figure out how they'll move forward. I don't think it impacts the school to the scale that they're perceiving, because they've done a lot of good work even before being accredited. And so initially I was concerned about the path we were taking, but I think after reviewing the transcripts, having the additional time, conversing with staff, and then just getting a better picture, the 40% is kind of a really strong benchmark that we've placed for schools. And so I think for us as a body, we kind of have to really keep that in mind. And until those rules change, as we're going through some deliberations, I think it could create a different conversation when we get there to our new accreditation process. But I think for the time being, with the rules that we have provided and in front of us, I think it's appropriate that we do adopt staff's recommendation.
Yeah,
Okay, anything else?
This is Vince, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Reyes.
I would concur with what was just said by Kareem. I had to struggle with this a lot, and I read everything, and I appreciate the effort of the staff and my colleagues for being part of the panel. My initial concern was because of the reputation of the school in the community. But I can see that it's a very high number for them to try to get to 40% from where they are now. And it's not going to be easy to get there in just a few years. So, you know, I would encourage them to continue on their track towards accreditation if they want, but I believe that they have to set up the kind of processes and partnerships in order to get there. So I just want to, again, thank the staff and my colleagues, and I will support any motion to terminate at this point, at this particular time, and hope it gets better in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You know, you know, despite what some may say, we do deal with weighty things at these meetings, and I always, even after almost a year, I still am so impressed with the thoughtfulness that we give to the things that are before us. I'm going to go ahead and read yet another extremely wordy motion here. The motion is that the Committee of Bar Examiners find that Pacific Coast University School of Law has not demonstrated compliance with Rule 4.160 sub N and Guideline 12.1, and that its long-term non-compliance continuing into the future warrants termination of accreditation, that the committee terminate the accreditation and a degree granting authority of Pacific Coast University School of Law effective August 20th, 2020, pursuant to Rule 4.176, and that a notice of termination of accreditation be transmitted to the school. So will anyone make that motion?
Yeah, Kareem will make that motion, and I also just want to say that you know, this isn't a dig on the staff or the administration. I know they're great. The institutions has a very powerful history, but I hope they come back and they're able to show us the progress. So I will make that motion.
All right, any second?
Angeli, second.
Second by Dr. Agatep. All right, Ms. Wong, if you wouldn't mind one more time.
Sure. Dr. Agatep,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Chen, Alex Chen.
He's always muted.
I know, I'm trying to hide. Yes, yes.
He's studying for his test.
Mr. Afting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Ms. Pick.
Oh, Ms. Peak had to leave.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I did promise we would take our break at 12:30. The remaining items in Ed Standards are relatively quick ones on. Well, let's do the next one. Mr. Lawrence, is that okay? 0403.
Yes, absolutely. So 0403, action on major change requests, ownership, John F. Kennedy University School of Law, and action on notice of non-compliance with Rule 4.160. John F. Kennedy University School of Law has made the decision to close at the end of 2020, and the school seeks approval of a major change from the Committee of Bar Examiners to transfer ownership of its JD program to North Central University effective January 1st, 2021, under the new name of John F. Kennedy School of Law at North Central University. The John F. Kennedy University School has filed the attached major change requests seeking permission for a major change of ownership beginning in January. And they provided, JFK and North Central provided a detailed application explaining North Central's plan to ensure a successful transition of the JD program and maintain or improve compliance with all accredited rules and guidelines. As a distance-only school, North Central will be offering the online JD newly created by John F. Kennedy University School of Law, approved by the committee in January 2020 and originally scheduled to launch in fall 2020. The fixed facility program will be discontinued. When the committee approved the online program in January, it was understood that the online program was a complete and approved JD offering. North Central will use that approved format and curriculum as designed by JFK and will retain access to the National University System experts who consulted on the instructional design. North Central also acknowledges that the school's 2020 NPR is below the minimum value of 40%, and the school will need to address this as soon as possible within a time period to be specified by the committee as the non-compliance process proceeds. And then just finally, North Central acknowledges that the school's next inspection was set for 2022, and North Central agrees to an inspection in 2022 or sooner if the committee should so direct. Ms. Leonard, do you have any additional information you want to provide?
Just a quick background. This is an unusual combination of items to come together, but in fact, what you're seeing from the school is taking the requirements of the committee very seriously, very proactively, and acting in advance. So their 2020 NPR is not due until July 1st. And considering the situation surrounding COVID, considering the school's current performance, they took a proactive step to reorganize within a larger university system, to proactively tell the committee what they expected about the NPR, and to proactively inform their students who are deciding whether to transfer to the online program or other schools. And so the school is to be commended for its affirmative actions in this situation, and its forthright posture with both the committee and students, focusing on transparency in making this change.
Thank you, Alex and Natalie. Any comments on this motion before I bring it up? Okay, then.
I have a comment. So Alex or Natalie, so are they in a position to lose their accreditation? I'm sorry, I missed some details there.
So at this time, the 2019 NPR is operative for the school. The school has a fully compliant 2019 NPR. As of the new reporting cycle, they are predicting that they will have an NPR of 39.7, slightly below the 40. And this will be a new reporting situation. The committee has recently looked at situations where schools have been out of compliance for a number of years. Here, this is not that case. This is a transitional moment, and they are taking action, hopefully, to address it on a much quicker basis.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a look then, or take a listen to this motion, which I'm going to read. It is that the major change request filed by John F. Kennedy University School of Law seeking a change of ownership be received and filed, that the request be granted, terminating the program's fixed facility program effective January 1st, 2021, and transferring its online program to ownership and operation by North Central University, subject to the requirements that the John F. Kennedy University School of Law timely fulfill its compliance obligations for the remainder of this calendar year, including addressing NPR noncompliance, keeping accounts current, and filing a complete annual report in November, and that North Central University acknowledge the JD program apparent noncompliance, accepting its history and incorporating its historical pass rates into any future minimum cumulative bar passage calculations pursuant to guideline 12.1. That is the motion. Will anyone make that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Villalobos. Any second?
Second.
James Bolton, second.
Second by Dr. Bolton. All right, Ms. Wong?
Sure. Dr. Agatep,
Yes.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Chen, Alex Chen, Mr. Efting,
Yes.
Mr. Gongora,
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger,
Yes.
Mr. Iseri,
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes.
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
Yes.
Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thanks very much. And, you know, there are a couple more items on the agenda, but I do want to take a break, whether we're done or not. So let's do that, everybody, and come back at 1 o'clock. Please, you know, of course, you're welcome to grab your food and then, you know, sit here and eat it. No one will mind, because we do have a speaker at 1 on the LAP program, and I'm so anxious to hear that. So I'm going to make this a working break and just get my salad and come back here. So let's leave the Zoom open, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a
Yeah.
question. So at 1, we're going to go with the speaker. And
Yes,
then
if that's okay, Mr. Lawrence, and then we'll just complete your open session presentation at the conclusion of the speaker. Amy, I don't see any other way to do it. I don't want to do it any other way.
Yes, and our 1 o'clock is a set schedule, so we need to come back to that.
Is
So
that okay, Alex? I know that, you know,
Sure.
the spotlight will shine on you once again
Yeah,
in an hour or two.
that's fine.
Okay.
Just making sure that we'll follow up after the presentation.
Yes, absolutely, I promise. Okay, everyone, see you back at 1. Thank you so much.
Just a reminder, please mute your speaker.
Hi, Lita.
Hi, Devin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I
Hey, hello there. Hey, Amy, are you there already?
No, Mr. Chair. Lita, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, is our speaker here already?
Yes, but
Oh my gosh. Hello there.
So,
hello.
Devin, can you remove the screen?
Sure.
Hi, Lita.
Hello. Hi, Kim. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Did you want me to get started or do you want me to wait till 1 o'clock?
No, I want you to wait. This is Robbie Brody. I'm the chair. I'm sorry you can't see me. My computer does not have a camera. No, I'm going to wait because I'm going to take roll and, you know, all that stuff. So we'll get started momentarily. We've been going since like 4 a.m., Lita. So
oh, wow.
We're counting on you to revive us.
I will definitely revive you.
Michael Iseri looks like he needs to be revived. I see you're resting there or something.
Yes.
So it looks like people are filling in. Amy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Robbie. Sorry, I was just finishing my lunch.
Hey, Amy, is this my last meeting as chair of the CBE?
No, I think the shift is in October, right? So September is the last meeting that you would be the chair. So
Not that I'm counting the days, but.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, it's not, Robbie.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll be around for the fall bar exam.
Yes. Possibly.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. So, Ms. Wong, we did lose a member or two. I want to make sure that we still have a sufficient quorum.
Sure.
You want to go ahead?
Alex is on the line.
Go ahead and take roll.
Yes. Dr. Agata?
Here.
Dr. Bolton?
Dr. Bolton, I think you're muted. Let's come back to him.
Mr. Chen?
Here.
Mr. Efting?
Present.
Mr. Gongora?
Present.
Ms. Heisinger?
Here.
Mr. Iseri?
Here.
Mr. Kaplan?
Here.
Mr. Kramer?
Present.
Mr. Lawrence?
Here.
Mr. Reyes?
Here.
Ms. Villalobos?
Here.
Going back to Dr. Bolton?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Welcome, CBE members, State Bar staff, and public members to the afternoon session of the June 19, 2020 Committee of Bar Examiners meeting. We are so lucky, we're so blessed that this meeting with two speakers on subjects of great interest and importance to members of the CBE and the work that we do. So our speaker this afternoon is also present, Ms. Lita Abella, and who can give a little bit of introduction for Ms. Lita this afternoon. Would that be you, Amy, or Lisa?
I think Tara.
Lita did everything.
I can give a brief introduction, Robbie. So
Oh,
thank you.
Tara. Yes, perfect.
our moral character determinations unit. So as many of you know, when we do have applicants who may have a substance abuse issue or history, we do refer them to the Lawyers Assistance Program to either be evaluated or to participate in the program. And since the CBE has shifted to the role of conducting the administrative reviews for moral character, that option of referring applicants to Advance to LAP is still available to you. So we just want to ensure that everybody is aware of the work that LAP does and how it does interact with the Moral Character Determinations Unit. And so Lita is their speaker from that unit, and she'll be going through and discussing that today for us.
Oh, Lita, so you're so welcome. And I want to make sure I wasn't clear. Are you a State Bar employee?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I see.
And I will give a little bio on myself and my background and experience when I start.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen so I can bring up my PowerPoint. Okay, so thank you everybody for inviting me to your meeting. I'm very excited to be here. This is going to be an interactive presentation. So on the screen, I have the instructions on how you can join my presentation interactively, which is very easy. All you have to do is get your smartphone, and in your text box, you're going to text the number 22333. Then in the box that you would normally type a sentence, you're going to text one word, State Bar LAP. All one word. It doesn't matter if it's capitalized or not capitalized. It will try to autocorrect you and make it two separate words. So make sure when you text that word, it's all one word, State Bar LAP. Once you have done that correctly, you will get an auto response that says you've joined Lita Abella's session. Once you get that, don't go any further, don't click on any links or anything. And Devin will be also putting the instructions in the chat box. So if anybody joins late or is having any issues on how to join the presentation interactively, you can look in the chat box. Additionally, if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. We've made time for questions and answers. The presentation that I'm actually going to be presenting today is a presentation that I normally will give to law students. I have two versions, one to law students and bar applicants and one to attorneys. So they're primarily the same. The one for the law students is the one I'm going to be presenting today. So let me first back up a little bit and give you a little bit of my information. So my career started about 40 years ago with the Los Angeles Police Department. I worked everything from patrol, vice, narcotics, internal affairs, and everything in between. I left there at the rank of lieutenant after 20 years of service. And then the next 20 years, I had dual industries that I worked in. One was the fitness industry. I taught group exercise classes, and I still teach as of today. I teach at the State Bar, yoga and Zumba for our State Bar employees. And I've been in the health and wellness industry for over almost 21 years now. I also have my own business as a licensed private investigator, which I've had for about 21 years. The last 7.5 years, I've been with the State Bar of California. For 5.5 of those years, I've worked in the Office of Chief Trial Counsel, in which I assisted in the investigation and prosecution of attorneys for misconduct. For the last 2 years, I've been with the Lawyer Assistance Program, conducting outreach to law students, bar applicants, and attorneys on substance use and mental health issues. I also have my JD from Western State in Orange County. So today I'm going to talk to you about how prevalent substance use and mental health issues are among law students and attorneys. I'm going to discuss the signs and symptoms of substance use, addiction, depression, stress, and anxiety, and how these issues can impair an attorney's ability to perform legal services competently. I will also discuss wellness strategies, the Lawyer Assistance Program, and other resources. But first, I want to get to know a little bit about you. Now, when I give this presentation to law students, the question normally is, are you a 1L, 2L, 3L, or 4L? When I give it to attorneys, it's how long have you been practicing? So since all of you are attorneys, that's my question to you. So you're going to get your smartphone out. So if you've been practicing 0 to 5 years, you're going to type in the letter A, 6 to 10 years, the letter B, so on and so forth. And again, if you joined us late, to join the presentation, you will text the number 22333, all one word, state bar lab.
And Lita, this is Robbie Brody, the chair. Several members of your audience are public members, so they are non-attorneys. You'd never know it to talk to them because they all sound like lawyers, but we do have many public members here today. So keep that in mind in your talking.
Okay, so if the members of the public want to participate in this interactive presentation, they're more than welcome to. Again, the instructions are on the screen there. So most of my questions are geared towards attorneys or law students, but if you want to answer the question, that's up to you. So I do understand that there are members from the public out there. So I see that with this question, we have people from all different number of years of service. So that is great. There was a study that was conducted and published in 2016 by the ABA Commission on Lawyer Assistance Programs and the Betty Hazelton Ford Foundation. And in this study, 13,000 attorneys and judges participated from across the United States. And what we learned from that study was when it comes to problematic drinkers, 6.4% is the general population. But when it comes to attorneys, it's 21%. And what's more astonishing is when it comes to attorneys under the age of 32, or I'm sorry, under the age of 30, it's 32% that are problematic drinkers. That study also showed us that when it comes to anxiety, stress, and suicidal thoughts, attorneys and physicians are just about equal, but still extremely high when you look at the general population. But look at the depression graph. General population 6.7%. For physicians, it's 10%, and for attorneys, it's 28%, which is just astonishing. So do you know of someone who has or had a substance use or mental health issues? And again, a member of the public can answer this because that's not a question specifically for attorneys. And usually when I ask this question, it's almost always 100% yes. And it doesn't have to be somebody you know of personally. It could be, do you know of someone? And that's usually yes is the answer. There was another study that was conducted and published in 2016. And 15 law schools and 3,300 law students participated in this study. And what we learned from that study was for law students, 17% suffered from depression, 14% suffered from severe anxiety, 23% suffered from mild to moderate anxiety, and 6% had suicidal thoughts in the past year. That study also talked about binge drinking. 43% were binge drinking at least once in the prior 2 weeks of that study, and 22% were binge drinking 2 or more times in the prior 2 weeks of that study. And so what is binge drinking? It's when your blood alcohol content comes to 0.08. So for women, it's 4 drinks in 2 hours, and for men, it's 5 drinks in 2 hours. So we move to substance use disorders. So people with substance use disorders have disordered thinking, behavior, and body functions, and changes in the brain's wiring that would cause people to have intense cravings for the drug and make it hard to stop using the drug. Over time, people with addiction build up a tolerance and they need larger and larger amounts to feel the effect. So going back to that first study I mentioned, the one with the 13,000 attorneys and judges, the #1 drug of choice for attorneys and judges, alcohol. The #2 drug of choice are stimulants. We see in our studies that #1 drug for law students, Adderall. #1 drug of choice just for attorneys, law students in general, cocaine, meth, ecstasy, caffeine, a lot of different stimulants. #3 drug, tobacco. Number 4, marijuana. Now it's going to be interesting to see if another study is conducted, if marijuana is going to move up in ranks, because now it's legal here in California. And then the number 5 drug of choice are the opioids. Now we hear all the time on the news about how there's an opioid crisis and doctors are overprescribing these drugs to their patients. So our opioids are codeine, morphine, Percocet, Vicodin, and so on. We're going to take a look at this video here. And Devin, if there's any technical issues, please let me know.
He served prison time for driving drunk and killing a man, but newly released police video shows former Santa Fe attorney Carlos Fierro being arrested once again accused of driving drunk. News 13's Gabrielle Burkhardt has that video. Gabby?
Dean, when Carlos Fierro was released from a state prison back in 2012, he said he'd made a lot of changes. During his recent arrest with state police, he asks the officer for a break. Dashcam video from a New Mexico state police officer on patrol in Espanola a week ago shows a car swerving in the road. The officer stops the car.
Hello. How you doing? Hey, have you been drinking? No.
It turns out the driver is former Santa Fe attorney Carlos Fierro.
There's a lot I've learned, a lot I've grown in the last 4 years, and there's a lot I want to do with my life now. There's a lot of changes I've made. So I'm just looking forward to getting started and just living again.
That was Fierro in 2012, the day he was released from prison for driving drunk and killing Santa Fe pedestrian William Tenorio in 2008.
I'm sorry for those lost. It was an awful accident.
Last week, he found himself in trouble once again.
Have you been drinking? No, I haven't. But can I please ask you, please do me a favor here? I can't do this. Come on. You can't do it.
He asks the officer to call someone and denies drinking, but the officer says he smells alcohol.
No, I just had dinner, I had a margarita, and that's it. That's it. Yeah, I had a margarita. And
Fierro asks the officer once again to call a friend.
I don't know his number, man. I'm going to ask you for a break. If I can just go here, I'll do whatever. I gotta do what I gotta do, bro.
The officer then has Fierro perform field sobriety tests.
Right in front of left? No, don't start. Are you listening to me? I am.
He asks him to say the alphabet from C to T. He then asks Fierro to count backwards from 63 and stop at 37.
53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41.
He keeps going. The officer eventually arrests Fierro for DWI. Along with swerving, the state police officer says he also pulled Fierro over for throwing a cigarette out the window. Online court records show Fierro was released from jail on Tuesday. Dean, back to you.
All right, Gabrielle.
So this is not the norm. Usually when you have somebody who was a professional, like this person here who was an attorney in New Mexico, you get arrested, prosecuted, and serve prison time. Most of the time, people are able to rehabilitate. But it appears in this situation, this person was not able to because he was arrested again. So we're hoping that he reaches out, he gets the help that he needs so that he can become a productive member in the legal industry again and get his license back and practice law again. But this is what happened when someone becomes addicted to substances. So we're going to move to addiction now. So addiction is a complex condition, a brain disease, compulsive substance use, and that's the key word, compulsive. People keep doing whatever the act or substances that they're ingesting. They know it's harmful, and it just takes over their life. But people can recover from this if they get help in time. So other than alcohol or drugs, what type of addictions can you think of? So again, getting your smartphones out, just go ahead and type in a word. Sex addictions, yes. Sex, porn, gambling addictions, yes. There's all different types of addictions out there. I mean, hundreds of different types of addiction. Video games. Probably the last 20, 30 years, video games has been a big addiction. And it used to be just young teenage boys, and now girls or females are getting involved in video games. Gambling is getting bigger, so that means more people are inserting the word gambling, which is one of the top addictions that people know of. Work addictions. Yes, there are people who work 24/7. Remember, things must be done in moderation. Social media. Yes. How many people do we know that are just glued to their social media? How many likes did I get today? You know, how many hits did I get on my social media post? We're seeing that more and more, especially with our younger generation. So here's a short list of the different types of addictions, and you hit a lot of them on your list there. So there's so many different types of addictions out there. Now this one is very interesting. This is a former drug court judge.
Recently, a drug court judge was disbarred after it was revealed that he had been stealing cocaine from an evidence locker for his own use in potential sale. So go ahead with this story.
What's crazy?
There's so many.
This story is shocking. I mean, you have a judge in drug court. So when the evidence comes in, you have to put it in the locker. It's got to be under lock and key. You've got to make sure it doesn't grow legs and walk. And the judge goes down to the evidence locker and steals it. But he doesn't just steal it. He brings a little baking powder in his back pocket, substitutes the Coke with the baking powder, hoping no one will notice. And after a long period of time, it finally gets caught. Then he loses his license, and then he appeals. But the appeal was even crazier to me, where he says, well, I tell you what, I've been volunteering at the homeless shelter, and I've done some other volunteer work in the community, so I shouldn't lose my ticket, my bar card. And the appellate court says, look, you've made a mockery of the drug court's principles, turned the proceedings into a sham and farce, and the guy lost his license.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
He needs to be gone, man. Lose his license to practice law.
So what this is showing us is that substance use and mental health issues do not discriminate. This can happen to anyone, no matter whether you're a law student just in the early stages of your career, to an attorney, all the way up to a judge. It can happen to anyone in any profession at any time. So we're going to move to depression now. So depression is a complex condition that causes sadness and a loss of interest in activities people once enjoyed. And it's a common and serious medical illness that negatively affects how you feel, the way you think, and how you act. It can lead to a variety of emotional and physical problems and can decrease a person's ability to function, but it can be treated. The three most common types of mental health concerns among attorneys: depression, anxiety, and stress. And as we look at this short list here of the signs and symptoms, you might be saying to yourself, I've experienced some of these. Maybe 1, 2, 5, 6, or more. I personally have. But the key is, when this becomes chronic, that's your red flag that something needs to be done. Something needs to change, or maybe you need to seek professional help. Here we have a deputy public defender who allegedly attacked his family with an axe. He found out that his 55-year-old wife had $10,000 in credit card debt. The wife was in critical condition, suffering massive head wounds. His 14-year-old and 10-year-old sons were treated for minor injuries. The suspect himself tried to stab his own self in the abdomen, but luckily one of the sons was able to disarm him. He was charged with 3 counts of attempted murder and 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. He experienced significant depression after open heart surgery about 4 months prior to the attack. And the financial worries combined with the mental health issues made him snap. Now we hear incidents like this across the country just about daily, but we really don't sit up and listen until it's in our own community. Here is somebody who's in the legal community, an attorney. I mean, attorneys just do not walk around and attack people with axes, but it can happen because these things, substance use and mental health issues, can happen to anybody. And this is why I'm here, because we want to make sure people reach out and get the help that they need. Anxiety is an emotion characterized by feelings of tension, worried thoughts, and physical changes like increased blood pressure. And people with anxiety disorders usually have recurring intrusive thoughts or concerns, and they may avoid certain situations out of worry. So again, as we look at the short list of signs and symptoms, we may see a lot of overlap with anxiety, with depression, and other mental health concerns. But the key, again, the red flag, is when it becomes chronic. That's when something needs to be done. Action needs to take place. Now, stress. We're always hearing people say, oh, I'm so stressed out, you know, I've got to go to work. And we're always hearing about stressors. So what are your stressors, whether it's personal or professional? What causes stress for you? So again, getting your cell phone out. If you haven't joined us, you're texting the number 22333, all one word, State Bar Lab. That will join you to our interactive presentation. Lack of control. That's interesting. It's hard to, if we don't have control over something, it's very hard to deal with that. Uncertainty, which we're all in uncertain times right now. This has been probably one of the most difficult times for all of us in our lives. Deadlines. Deadlines is usually the #1 answer and the first answer I get from attorneys, because attorneys just have deadlines everywhere. And you only have 24 hours in a day to get things done, but it seems like these deadlines just keep popping up, and sometimes they're just unmanageable. Work, uncertainty, traffic, yes, traffic's building up again, family, dealing with the kids. We have a lot of people now who were working from home and they had to stay home and homeschool their children and work from home. So many things that have changed, especially in these last few months. So a lot of different stressors here. So there's two types of stress. There's healthy stress and unhealthy stress. So with healthy stress, that helps us increase our attention and focus, our energy and motivation, our creativity and productivity, and it creates conditions for personal satisfaction. But the key with healthy stress is that it's time limited. Now, when we look at unhealthy stress, that causes a loss of efficiency and productivity. It results in anxiety, burnout, and depression, and functional breakdown. The key with unhealthy stress is that it's chronic. And when you have chronic stress all the time, that leads to health problems, hypertension, heart disease. It reduces your personal and professional performance, and it increases the dangers of reaching out and using alcohol or drugs. And so what could happen if an attorney doesn't get help, and or a law student? We can see them getting arrested, detained, and prosecuted, like we saw in that video, disciplinary action with the state bar, or in a law student's circumstances, having issues with their moral character. We can see an attorney getting disbarred, all the way up to death, depending on the situation. So I talked about a lot of negatives, so now I'm going to talk about some positive, the wellness strategies. So there's 9 law school strategies recommended by the National Task Force on Lawyer Wellbeing. One is creating best practices for detecting and assisting students experiencing psychological distress, assess law school practices, and offer faculty education on promoting well-being, empowering students to help fellow students in need, include well-being topics in courses on PR, commit resources for on-site professional counselors, facilitate a confidential recovery network, provide educational opportunities, discourage alcohol center events, and conduct anonymous surveys relating to student well-being. So we're seeing more and more schools now, law schools, getting on board and doing what is recommended for these strategies by the National Task Force, which is excellent. So as far as individuals, what can we do? We need to get enough sleep, we need to exercise, proper diet, minimize the use of addictive substances, practice mindfulness and meditation, and seek help when needed. So how many hours of sleep do you get during the work week? So again, getting your smartphone out. And again, for anybody who has not been able to join the interactive presentation, it's on the slide. Just text the number 22333, all one word, State Bar Lap. That will join you into the presentation. So for those of you that are getting at least 7 hours of sleep, that's awesome. That's excellent. Those of you that are getting less than 7 hours of sleep, we need to work on that. So this study is telling us that we need at least 7 hours of sleep. And I know what you're saying. As an attorney, I'm too busy. I have too many things to deal with. I got to deal with the children, the family, the spouse, the significant other. I have deadlines from my job. There's no way I can get 7 hours of sleep. Well, sleep is so extremely important, and the lack of sleep leads to chronic stress, which elevates your cortisol levels, and this disrupts your natural sleep cycle, leaving you cognitively undernourished and less able to implement change, even with optimal strategies in place. Sleep is so very important. It's one of the most important tools in your toolkit. So here are 5 things you can do for a better night's sleep. Stop using electronics 60 to 90 minutes before bed. Create a calm and restful sleep environment. Stick to a schedule. And I know things have been very, very challenging these last few months, but try to stick to a schedule. We're going into the post-COVID era now, so probably another new schedule, but try to stick to a schedule, especially with your sleep. Exercise every day and wind down before bed with a relaxing routine. Now, when we hear the word exercise, a lot of us just think, oh, you know, staying in shape, losing weight, whatever. But exercise is so important for your better mental health, according to the study. And the activity didn't matter. It didn't matter if you were just walking, gardening, jogging, yoga, Pilates, Zumba, golfing, surfing, whatever it is that you like to do. The key is to get up and move. You know, get a Fitbit, and that'll help to prompt you to get up every hour. You need to be having some movement, 30 to 60 minutes a day, 3 to 5 times a week. So start with something that you can do. Start small if you're a beginner. If you've never gone out and exercised, 10 minutes a day is better than 0. Build exercise into your day. So for example, you're going to the grocery store, instead of parking so close to that door, park a little bit further away so you get more steps in your day. Schedule exercise into your day. So a lot of us have been at home with the kids, and so you're like, how can I do all this? I don't have enough hours in the day. Well, maybe it's taking 10 minutes right after breakfast, you and the kids walk around the block, do some type of activity for 10 minutes, come back, the kids are now doing their schoolwork, you're working on your work for the firm, then you have lunch and maybe another 10 minutes at lunchtime, and then maybe another 10 minutes at the end of the day. There's your 30 minutes right there. Whatever you can fit into your schedule. For those of you that don't have a family or children, you know, maybe you have pets, you can do the same thing with your pet. And those of you that are totally single with no one, there are videos out there that you can use that will get you motivated to exercise. And just try to set routines.
Lita, this is Robbie, the chair. While I'm taking a zillion notes about what you're saying for myself, I want to push you into what I want to be the focus of our meeting today and your presentation, which is we are the group that sends would-be attorneys to the LAP program when there are moral character issues. So what I really, and that's what we do here at the Committee of Bar Examiners. That's the relationship that our committee has with the LAP. And what I want to hear from you, because we don't clearly know, and if we did know, we want to be clear on what are those steps when you receive, or your organization receives, a referral from the Committee of Bar Examiners that this is someone whose moral character determination has been denied pending an LAP referral. So this is the mechanics of how those individuals are handled. That's the presentation, because this is what we do, and we need to know your process.
So I was going to get into, let me
Yeah,
get to that.
because I want to make sure that we have time to hear it, and we have a huge agenda today. So let's go to.
Okay, so I'm going to the LAP program. I skipped over the rest of the wellness strategies, and now I'm at the LAP program, which I'll discuss right now.
Great.
So, I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So the Lawyer Assistance Program, we support law students, bar applicants, and attorneys in their rehabilitation and competent practice of law to enhance public protection. And this helps us to maintain the integrity of the legal profession. So we assist participants who deal with mental health and substance use issues. Everything in our program is confidential unless it's waived by the participant. And the information cannot be disclosed as part of a civil proceeding, a disciplinary proceeding, or a public records request, unless the person, like a law student or bar applicant, was referred by the Office of Admissions or State Bar Court for an attorney. Or it's a mandated reporting by a healthcare professional. So a mandated reporting would be something such as if a participant told one of our clinical rehabilitation coordinators or any of our mental health professionals they were a danger to themselves, a danger to others, dealing with child abuse issues and elder abuse issues. Those are the mandated reportings. So when it comes to moral character issues, examples of issues that may warrant further review by the state bar are felony convictions, drug sales or possessions of narcotics, multiple recent DUIs, substance abuse patterns, fraud accusations that have been sustained, professional discipline or malpractice, that would be for an attorney like from another state, law school honor code violations, which that is something recently that has been added within the last several years, breach of fiduciary duty, and bankruptcy with adversary proceedings. Other issues that they look at would be DUI convictions, theft of alcohol, drunken public citations, minor possession of alcohol, and possession of a controlled substance or paraphernalia. And then applications that can be put in abeyance are substance abuse, ethic, and financial issues. So this is the information for the public. If you wanted more information, contacting the Office of Admissions. So as far as what the Lawyer Assistance Program can do for our law students, bar applicants, and attorneys, they're entitled to 2 free one-on-one counseling sessions with a career counselor for participants who are having difficulty finding meaningful work, find their current employment unsatisfying, and who want to better utilize their law degree. They're also entitled to 2 free one-on-one sessions with a local therapist who specializes in stress, burnout, relationship challenges, and grief. And then when it comes to our actual LAP program, we have a free orientation and assessment for law students, bar applicants, and attorneys. They would meet with our clinical rehabilitation coordinator. So, but during COVID now, everything is conducted online since nobody's meeting in person. They're entitled to 3 free group support sessions, and then they will come up with a treatment recovery plan for the participant. So our LAP program has 2 different prongs to it. We have the support lab and the monitoring lab. So with the support, with both programs, you get the weekly group meetings. Now after 3, the 4th and thereafter, there's a charge for that. And also depending on the situation, whatever their issue is, they may need to meet with an individual therapist and do drug testing. There's also a charge for that. But law students, bar applicants, and attorneys, we have a financial program that can assist them if they're having financial difficulties. So with the support lab, I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm a law student and I feel that I am suffering from some mental health concern. Let's say I believe I'm depressed. So I would contact our office, the LAP office. I would meet virtually online with our clinical rehabilitation coordinator. We would discuss the program and the criteria to be involved in the program and come up with a treatment recovery plan. So now I'm part of the support program. I'm going to my weekly group meetings. I'm meeting with my individual therapist and doing drug testing if needed. That is completely confidential. No one knows that I'm involved in the program. Now contrast that with the monitoring lab program. So an example of that, let's say I'm a law student, I've been arrested for a DUI, and I've hired defense counsel, and my counsel has advised me I want you to enroll in the monitoring lab program. And the reason why is because when you're going through that moral character, they're going to ask you about these issues. And we want to show that you realize what you did was a mistake and that you're getting help for the situation. So I would go to my weekly group meetings, meet with my individual therapist, drug testing, again, just like the support, but I would sign an authorization form allowing the lawyer assistance program to report to State Bar Court, if it was an attorney, or in this situation, to the Office of Admissions, that I'm involved in this program. This would be reported every quarter. So those are the two differences of support lab and monitoring lab. One, support lab, completely confidential. Monitoring lab is when I'm going there, but I want it to be reported back for verification requirement, so that as in a law student capacity, it will help me with my moral character admissions. So here, if you knew of a coworker or law student that had substance use or mental health issues, would you provide information about the available resources to him or her? Now, there is no right or wrong answer to this, but we do want people to know that if they feel, let's say, for example, I'm a law student, I'm going to law school, and I've, made friends with my fellow students, and I feel that there's somebody there that may have some issues, and I don't really know how to approach it, but I'm really worried about that person, and I feel that person needs some help. You can always contact our office. This could be a law student, bar applicant, or attorney, and just let us know. And anonymously, we will never say that you called, but we will reach out to that person and contact them and just say, it's been brought to our attention that there might be some issues. We want you to know about the LAP program, all the resources that are available for you. And just let them know that, we care and we can help them if they need the help and they want the help. So stigma is a big reason why a lot of people don't want to get involved, and or if they are suffering from substance use and mental health issues, why they don't reach out because of the stigma. They feel that people are going to label them and it will have all these negative connotations. So we're going to take a look at this video here.
Alcoholism,
depression,
suicide, drug addiction,
anxiety, and depression. What kind of person do you imagine when you hear these terms? Do you picture me?
Or me? Or me?
Chances are you pictured someone who isn't a professional.
Someone who isn't successful, and certainly not a lawyer.
But we now know, thanks to national studies, that lawyers experience these challenges to their physical, mental, and professional well-being at rates significantly higher than the general public.
We also know that lawyers rarely seek help for conditions such as depression, alcohol, and substance use disorders.
It was often a status symbol if you could drink a lot, party hard, get very intoxicated, and yes, still do well.
I come from a no-talk family where everything was swept under the rug. It took me a long time to move past the family fairy tale and decide that I deserved help and would do whatever it took to get it.
I didn't get help because I truly believed I was an outlier. I knew I couldn't control my addiction, but I was so successful at school and in work that I thought I was invincible.
Fear kept me from getting help. Fear that you would look at me differently, fear that you would judge me, fear that you would think I was a weakling.
Pride in everything that I had accomplished, and fear that I was going to lose it all. Those were the things that kept me from seeking help for my alcoholism.
I didn't ask for help because I thought I was smart enough that I could figure out my own never-ending sadness and nervousness by myself.
The shame and guilt I felt about my alcoholism is what kept me from seeking help.
I was afraid of admitting I had a problem, afraid of being labeled an alcoholic and the stigma that I thought would be associated with that.
Seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Please don't wait.
So we're all in this together. Well-being is a team sport. This is the contact information for our office. And as you know, or maybe you don't know, the LAP office used to be in the Los Angeles State Bar building, but we have moved out a couple years ago to the building next door. And that was because a lot of people felt that they didn't want anyone to know that they were going to LAP, and so to help reduce the stigma. So we're in the building next door. The building in San Francisco, for the public, is a building that has all different types of tenants in it, including the State Bar. So if you walked into that building, no one's going to know whether you're going to the State Bar, to visit a law firm, or any of the other tenants in the building. So that's why there's no issue in the San Francisco office. And then these are some resources that we give out to our law students, bar applicants, and attorneys. The ABA Commission on Lawyer Assistance Programs have excellent articles and podcasts and a lot of outstanding information on substance use and mental health issues. The other bar is a recovery program similar to AA, but it's only for California law students, lawyers, and judges. And then if you have a job, you may have employee assistance programs with your employer. Also, if you have private insurance, that's another resource for you. Your law firm, your law school, or your bar association, or even your student associations for the law students may have resources also available. I'm going to go ahead and skip this one. And now if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, Lita, this is Vince Reyes. I have a question. Typically when we send people to LAP, it's because they've undergone their moral character hearing, and we find them that we can't accept them. And we send them to the program for some sort of rehabilitation. So a question that I have is, what sort of treatment, what happens in the treatment? Is it like an Alcohol Anonymous program? How are they tracked? Do they have, is it one-to-one counseling? You mentioned that earlier. So I just kind of want to know, if we send somebody there, what are they going to go through, and what gives me the confidence that sending someone there, they will at some point be able to return and try to get themselves reinstated?
So they would meet with the clinical rehabilitation coordinator. So this is pre-COVID. They would physically meet. They would come to our office either in Los Angeles or San Francisco and sit down with that clinical rehabilitation coordinator. And now it's online, but we're kind of in a fluid situation right now, but I'll go pre-COVID. So they would sit down, meet with the participant, explain the program to them. These are all the rules and regulations that you need to abide by. So for example, if somebody has an alcohol problem, they're not able to drink alcohol anymore. They're going to be drug tested. So they have to say, yes, I will stop drinking alcohol or whatever their substance is. And if they say, well, no, I'm not going to do that, then they will not be part of the program. Somebody trying to ask me something? So they have to sit down with the clinical rehabilitation coordinator, learn what, like I said, there's a criteria to be part of that program. And once they agree to be part of the program, then we give them the treatment recovery program. Then we tell them, okay, you're going to go to weekly group meetings. It'll be somewhere convenient for you, near your school, your home, your job, whatever is most convenient for you. We also have our clinical rehabilitation coordinator go to those weekly group meetings every so often to make sure that they are participating and keeping track of them. The clinical rehabilitation coordinators are the ones that keep track of all the participants' progress. And if they are not meeting the criteria of the program, then they will talk to that person and let them know that we cannot let Office of Admissions know that you are participating in the program according to what you've agreed to, because you didn't go to your drug test. You didn't meet with your individual therapist. You haven't been going to your weekly group meeting. Whatever it is that they're not doing, we will check that off. There's a form that they fill out. If they are going through everything and they're doing every single thing that they've agreed to, then that's when we let your office know. John Doe, Jane Doe is in the program. They're meeting all the requirements of the program. They're so far being successful. And then at the end of the program, there's a letter that gets initiated, letting Office of Admissions know John Doe, Jane Doe has successfully completed the program. Now, how long is the program? It all depends on the person's issues. It could be 6 months, a year, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years. It all depends on what the seriousness of the participants' issues are, and if they've fallen off the wagon, so to speak. So that there's no set standard like, oh, the program's going to be 6 months for everybody and that's it. No, it all depends on a lot of different situations.
Hey, Vince, that was really good, Lita. Let me ask you to back up to part of his original question. What group meetings? I don't think any of us know what you're talking about. So when an applicant is referred to LAP for 6 months, what meetings are they meetings that are run by state bar representatives, or are these vendors that you use and it's similar to AA? What are you talking about?
So the weekly group meetings are meetings that are not, it's not run by the state bar. They're vendors that have a contract with the state bar, and depending on the person's issues. So if it's mental health issues, they'll go to somebody who specializes in that area. If it's substance use issues, they'll go to a person that specializes in that area. So they have to look at what the particular issues are of the participant, and then they look at, you know, what area they live in. They try to make it convenient for the participant. So let's say psychologist or psychiatrist or licensed clinical social worker Mary Jane is in downtown LA and meets only on Mondays. And the participant says, well, Mondays at 7:30 p.m. And the participant says, well, I go to law school on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. I can't do that. So we'll try to find something to work within their schedule. And if worst case scenario happens and they can't physically go to the weekly group meetings, then we'll have an online session for them. We'll even try to create one. We do whatever we can to help the participant work out their issues.
So are the group meetings composed of all lawyer assistance program participants, or are they other from the outside as well?
All the group meetings consist of only law students, bar applicants, and attorneys. There are no outside people in any of those group meetings.
And who pays for those sessions?
After the first 3 are free. After the first 3, the law student, bar applicant, or attorney will pay. If they don't have the money to pay for those weekly group meetings, we do have a financial assistance program.
Does the LAP program include ethics training, or is that another referral?
I do not believe it includes ethics training, because that would be another department.
So yours is really substance abuse and mental health.
Yes.
Issue.
Yes.
And Vince, can you remind me and everybody that doesn't do this directly, do we pick the time frame? Do we say the referral is LAP for 6 months? Or does, I should say, when we, I mean Tara, of course. Tara's the we of the state law.
Yeah, I would have to defer to Tara on that. I can't quite remember if we say for 6 months or something, but I do have a related question to that. So whatever the time frame, and in these group assessments, how can you describe how deep that goes? Because sometimes a lot of the people who we refer to you, sometimes I think we just hit the tip of the iceberg of these people's problems. I don't think that it may only be, alcoholism or drug abuse or something. Sometimes my feeling is some of the people, it's far deeper. So I just wanted to get a sense of your assessment process. And then, and Tara, if you could answer that question. I really can't remember if we prescribe a time.
No problem. Yes, of course. So we do prescribe the time for anyone who is referred. Obviously, the applicants that self-enroll, that's different. But if someone comes to an informal conference and then we ask them to participate in LAP as part of the abeyance, we do have to prescribe a time period. For those, I don't know if you recall that there's kind of on the cusp, we're not sure. We don't do it as frequently anymore, but there was the option where we might ask them to participate for a 3-month evaluation. And then at that point, if LAP felt that they should continue, then we would go based on that recommendation. But otherwise, typically it would be 6 months or a year. But even with those timeframes, if the applicant or LAP felt that the applicants should still be enrolled for longer and hadn't progressed as much, we did have instances where LAP would come back, or the applicant would come back and ask to be able to extend that time period, and typically that's fine.
And
Laura,
so
I'm trying to remember back, it seems 100 years ago when you and I would be in the committees and make these decisions. So I'm trying to remember what was our thought process so I can understand what Lita is talking about. We would make a determination that the person wasn't sufficiently recovered or they were still engaging in substance abuse behavior. Is that how we used to do it, Delora, me and you, and all of us?
I believe that in that instance, we would rely on the report back from LAP to tell us if in their estimation, the individual was sufficiently in touch with their problems and able to continue.
Oh, I see.
I think that's what I seem to remember.
This is Pat. I know that I was in on informal conferences, and every once in a while we'd get an applicant that we weren't really sure whether or not LAP would even agree to take him in, so that we would for an assessment before, and we would leave it up to LAP to tell them how long, if they were allowed to be in the program, and how long it would take.
So is the first thing that happens when you get a referral is you call the person in to your office in LA or San Francisco?
yes, usually, and let me just kind of back up before. Yes is the answer to your question, but one thing I want to make clear. So my role is I conduct outreach to law students, bar applicants, and attorneys. Now, a lot of the questions you're asking are questions that the clinical rehabilitation coordinators would be better to answer, because I don't interview anybody. I don't get involved with that part of it. But from my limited knowledge of seeing what they do in our office, yes, the participant would contact our clinical rehabilitation coordinator. Now, you also have to realize too, we've split LAP into two sections. We have the voluntary LAP, which is where I work, which is still under the lawyer assistance program. And then we have the monitored LAP, which is under, I can't remember the name of them. We've kind of changed the names around, Office of Case Management and Supervision, I believe it is. We've taken two of our clinical rehabilitation coordinators and they've moved over to the Office of Probation because they're involved in a new program that is going to be developed. So I don't want to speak for them since I'm not part of that. But to answer your question, yes, a participant would contact our office. We usually get a phone call from a participant that says, I've just been informed, by the Office of Admissions that I need to contact you, that I need to be enrolled in a LAP program. So that normally would go to the office that just separated from us because they've been ordered. We usually take the volunteers who want to get into LAP in the Lawyer Assistance Program department.
I see. Okay, so we may need a LEDA part 2 with one of your counterparts from
Yes.
that
Yes.
division as sort of a follow-up, and that will be for a future meeting.
This is Pat. I had another question, please, Robbie.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I heard you say that you offer some sort of financial assistance because a lot of these, applicants, they're still students and they've got their tuition that they're paying and it's kind of expensive. So do you just generally when they come in to apply, do you offer the assistant or the information about the assistant?
We do let them know, yes, that there is financial assistance available. We have somebody in our office who will give them the rundown on how to get involved in that. Again, I'm not the person that deals with that, but we do let them know there's financial assistance available, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have an additional comment, Lita. My name's Kareem. Thank you for your presentation and for providing that rundown. I was involved on a few more character sessions where I, got to learn more about the process and would have loved to have this during that time too, just to kind of have better understanding and foundational knowledge. Part of my questions for you are based on ethnicity and demographics. In that session that I participated in, majority of the people that we saw were people of color. And I noticed that we did provide additional barriers, I wouldn't say barriers, but added time to kind of their process into becoming a state attorney. So I guess in your background and in your expertise, do you see this as a barrier? I know you mentioned that you do whatever it takes to kind of meet their needs. I'm just wondering, like, is there any data that says we're unintentionally harming people instead of helping them?
I don't have the answer to that question because, again, I'm not the person that actually looks at the statistical numbers of how many participants we have in the program and what their demographics are. I'm pretty confident we do keep those numbers, but I'm not the person that deals with that. So I don't want to give you any information that would be misleading.
And Kareem, if I could follow up on that, obviously I don't have the numbers either since I'm not part of the Lawyers Assistance Program, but just for clarification, if we do refer somebody and LAP determines that, they do have insight into their issues, they don't believe that they have a current issue that would hinder their ability to practice law successfully, that's when they will send us those letters and let us know that this person has not been accepted since they don't meet the diagnostic criteria, or we would get a letter stating that the applicant has gained significant insight. And that can happen before the time that we referred somebody. So even if we, we as non-medical professionals think, okay, we would like this person to be in LAP for 1 year. LAP may determine they only need 6 months, they only need 3 months. It's completely contingent upon LAP. So I would say I don't think it's a barrier in that sense, given that whatever time frame we ask for, that's not set in stone that that's how long the applicant has to participate. And then secondly, this is just from my experience, but we do have many applicants who come back and actually, some don't always thank us, but we have had applicants actually thank us for asking them to participate in this program, because even if they didn't think that they had an issue before, they've seen that they may have an issue or they've learned new skills on how to deal with it. That's just from my experience.
Thank you for that. And a part of my frame of speaking and what my trajectory has been in this direction is because I'm reevaluating our systems that we have in place, and especially systems that are intended to do good, like even scaling it down to school resource officers and drug rehabilitation programs and what that's doing to criminalize youth, right? So I'm scaling that up, of course, to my duty here, but I'm just looking for more feedback. And so I appreciate the candidness. I appreciate you letting me know there is information and I will seek it. But thank you again. There's some statistics that you provided I haven't seen before, and so it's very enlightening. So I appreciate that we had this opportunity.
Okay. Anyone else have any
I have
questions or comments?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Bolton.
Does LAP have an established criteria for admission?
if I hear you correctly, does LAP have an established criteria for admission into the lawyer assistance program? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes, there is criteria, but I'm not a clinical rehabilitation coordinator, so I cannot answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, well, like I said, you know, to be continued, this is a very big part of what the bar does to assist law students and lawyers, and we're a small part of that. So to be continued. All right, well, Ms. Lita Abella, I want to thank you very much for braving your Friday afternoon for the Committee of Bar Examiners by Zoom and public members. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this presentation to you, and pleasure to meet everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. All right, so we're going to go back in time in our time machine here, back to Alex Lawrence and Natalie Leonard, so that we can complete our admin or our Ed Standards presentation. So if you don't mind, let's go right to item E, which is the major change request for American Heritage School of Law. That's E404. Mr. Lawrence, are you there?
Mr. Chair, this is Esther Lynn, and I'm going to be covering for Alex Lawrence for portions of this meeting, and for open item for, I'm sorry? For open item.
Esther, you're almost impossible to understand. You just sound like you're in
underwater.
A musical instrument that's played on a Star Trek episode. I can't remember what the name of it is. It says, Alex Chan will know.
I can try to call in
Yes,
a
it's still
different
happening.
way.
It's still happening. Natalie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm happy to start while Esther dials back in.
Okay, so let's, yeah, it's something that ends in a thin, T-H-I-N. What is that instrument? Anyway, it sounds like that. Yeah, would you mind, Natalie, just picking up? So,
Sure. Okay, so item 0404 is where we left off prior to the meeting, and that is a major change request from American Heritage University School of Law. They are seeking ratification of a move that they have already made on an emergency basis. It's very straightforward. Their offices are located near the Ontario Airport in a relatively industrial area, and at the time of the beginning of working at home due to COVID, they began to do so, and unfortunately, their facility was seriously vandalized, including the smashing of plate glass windows. It wasn't possible to maintain the security of that building, and after that experience, they wanted additional security, so they have moved to a nearby office building in Rancho Cucamonga with similar space, similar resources, and they seek the Commission's understanding for their immediate action and ratification of that nearby move. Because American Heritage is a distance school, there were no disruptions as to the student experience. Fortunately, their actual teaching platform is in the cloud, so even with that physical distancing of their building, none of the classes were in any way disrupted, and fortunately no student information was compromised or breached during that experience either. So there is a proposed staff recommendation to ratify and approve that move.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And anyone have any comments on that? That does seem rather straightforward, given how close in proximity the two locations are to each other. Does anyone have any comments on that proposal? Then I'm going to present that motion, which is that the request submitted pursuant to Rule 4.245 and Rule 2.46B of the Unaccredited Law School Rules by American Heritage University School of Law be received and filed, and that the request be granted, ratifying the law school's relocation to 9227 Haven Avenue, Suite 275, Rancho Cucamonga, California, effective June 1st, 2020. Would anyone make that motion?
Kramer.
Paul, made by Mr. Kramer. Any second?
Second by Reyes.
Second by Mr. Reyes. Ms. Long, would you do the honors, please?
Sure. Dr. Agatep?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen?
Yes.
Mr. Afting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora?
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Iseri?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Is Mr. Lawrence probably not present? So Ms. Lynn, are you joining us? Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
And Ms. Villalobos?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got one more item, which is administrative personnel change. This is 0405
Yes.
on our schedule. Ms. Leonard, can you
Sure.
make
Yeah, so
the-
very quickly, this is merely informational regarding new administrative personnel at law schools. There are 3 listed and a 4th was added yesterday. There is a new dean at Humphreys University in the Stockton area. That's Matthew Reynolds. He was previously an associate dean, promoted to that role of dean of the school. Earlier, you heard about Pacific Coast University School of Law's new dean, F. Miguel Valenti, who started in May. The Thomas Jefferson School of Law has a new registrar, Jen Dowse. And then finally, the San Francisco Law School has a new registrar, Ms. McCrae, Kathy McCrae, who started her job on June 15th. And that is simply for your information. And that's all and there's no motion attached.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's see, the final thing was Ed Standards Goals 0406. I think I'll speak for Alex because I looked at the goals and they look like consistent with the incredible amount of work that Ed Standards does. Does anybody have any comments on the goals for 2019, 2020 for Ed Standards? Would anybody move to approve those goals?
So
This is
moved.
Pat, so moved.
Okay, moved by Ms. Villalobos and seconded by Ms. Heisinger. Ms. Wong, if you could go ahead.
Sure. Dr. Agatep?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen? Mr. Efting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora?
Yes.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Iseri?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's see. I think we're going to round out our open session with Ms. Heisinger. And I think you're here, Ms. Heisinger, to present your group's goals.
Correct. The goals for the Moral Character Committee after today's session on LAP are four completed goals out of 7. In August, we're going to look forward to another presentation on rehabilitation as it relates to moral character determinations. Our 2 ongoing goals are to continue to receive training in a variety of related topics, and perhaps we can add then the part 2 to today's LAP program presentation to more specifically deal with what the process is when a moral character applicant is referred to the LAP program, what happens to them, what the process is, and what the information that is sent back for the moral characters committee or the staff now to make a determination. And the last one is our ongoing goal of continuing to perform administrative reviews as requested by moral character applicants who have received adverse determinations. And that's it. So our motion is that the moral character goals be approved.
I move to accept the goals.
And that was Mr. Reyes making that motion. Any second? Mr.
Second motion.
Mr. Iseri looks like he wants to second that motion. No, he doesn't. Okay, Mr. Efting seconded the motion. All right, Ms. Wong, if you would go one more time for me, please.
Dr. Agatep?
Yes.
Dr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Chen? Mr. Efting?
Yes.
Mr. Gongora?
Yeah.
Ms. Heisinger?
Yes.
Mr. Iseri?
Yes.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Miss Lynn, are you there?
She is not.
Okay. Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Ms. Villalobos?
Yes.
I'm going back to Mr. Chen. The
Mr.
motion
Chen
passes.
is muted, but I think we'll just go without him.
The motion passes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And a special thank you to our public members. I believe a couple are still remaining. I very much appreciate these sessions by video, by Zoom are very tiring. We've been at it for 6 hours, and I appreciate the public members that log on to follow our activities. I want to again say that comments that you submit in writing are much appreciated and are received and circulated to everybody you see on this screen and any member of the CBE who is not present. So do not hesitate to share your comments to us via email to Ms. Wong, who distributes them. All right, that's going to conclude the open session of the Committee of Bar Examiners meeting. I don't remember, did we receive a link for the closed session?
Yes.
Amy? Oh, we did?
Mr. Chair, did you receive the email from me? I will be happy to send it to you as soon as we leave the meeting.
Okay, so everyone either, if you have it already, maybe mine's just lost in the shuffle. Let's end our call and then please call back in for our closed session to conclude our meeting today. Thanks everybody very much for your patience.
Robbie,
just as a quick reminder, so we'll have to come back into open session to adjourn the meeting after closed. Just for members of the public, the open meeting will continue to broadcast with a screen that says, that the committee is in closed session. And when the committee comes back after closed session, they're just going to adjourn the meeting. There's going to be no more open session business, but just a quick point of clarification.
I'm sorry, I always forget that most ridiculous part of this process. Okay, so everyone, we'll see you on the other side in our closed session. Thank you.